Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, and I call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Before we get started, I got a couple statements I want to read. In early December, County Clerk and the board gathered for a holiday potluck lunch and took the opportunity to recognize the outgoing Supervisor Wendy Thomas for her service and time in office. We toasted Supervisor Thomas with a champagne instead of a non-alcoholic beverage. On the behalf of the board and the clerk's office, I apologize for the error and in judgment, and it will never happen again. A criminal incident happened at the Placerville Library grounds last Thursday morning when a homeless citizen was stabbed by another homeless citizen, about which there is a rumor and understandable concern, and I will address both at this time. The Board of Supervisors takes very seriously the safety of its employees, and to the end had hired sheriff security officers to patrol our workforce and workplace and surroundings prior to the incident. The SSOs are not sworn and cannot arrest or perform active enforcement duties, but they can provide security and safeguard to protect the county property, buildings, and equipment, and our employees. On this particular occasion, one of the SSOs conducted his morning sweeps to the library and the government center and urged people to move along to close to 6:30 a.m. During his second sweep of the area before the library opened at 10 a.m., he saw one person had not left. He approached him and confirmed that he'd been stabbed and called Sheriff's Dispatch. Approximately 10 to 15 minutes later, the Placerville PD department arrived and took total control of the scene and conducted their investigation for several hours. As they are responsible for law enforcement jurisdiction for the area, they declined further assistance offered by the SSO and the Sheriff's Office. However, the SSO did assist a Placerville police officer in viewing the surveillance video of the incident. The EDSO deputies were later requested to assist the search for the suspect, who was arrested less than an hour after the SSO found the victim to be stabbed. Called for assistance and helped provide the Placerville police with the video surveillance. The Placerville Police Department did not believe a lockdown of the county buildings in the vicinity was warranted, nor does the Sheriff's Office. To our knowledge, and contrary to the rumors, the assailant has never received county housing, homeless services to include the nearby temporary navigation center. It's important to note, for those who don't know, that the county is in the process of developing a permanent navigation center, which will be located near the Placerville jail. I want to make sure that our employees' safety is the highest priority, which is why we have hired the sheriff's security officers to patrol all our government campuses. One of them found the victim, called for service, provided the video surveillance, and our sheriff's office provided assistance in locating, detaining, and arresting the assailant. That's all I have to say. Anyway, so we move on to the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians presentation. John, thanks. How are you? Yeah.
Thank you for the transparency here in El Dorado County. That's awesome. Just to hear that, and to know that you guys are out there, out for the safety of the community here. Again, like I say, I'm not just a tribal member of the tribe. I'm also a community member. I went to Charles Brown, Herbert Green, and Ponderosa. So I am a community member, and to hear the strength and what you're saying here, it makes me feel good, because again, I'd like to introduce my daughter. She's now stepped into that realm of being an adult. She wants to see, what this is all about, and what more of a way of blessing, having the opportunity to come here and be a part of this blessing, because you guys are blessing us. I always say that. You guys are always blessing us. With that said, my daughter would like to, do my little script for what song I'm going, blessing I'm going to do. So this is Topanga Tayaba, and she's gonna go ahead and do my little script, and then we'll follow through with the blessing.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Before today's meeting, we will be blessing you all with our very own Eagle song. We often choose this song for moments like this because it is a simple culmination of all the things that drive us as human beings to work towards the greater good. The eagle is an extremely alluring bird, appearing very, very graceful and oftentimes intimidating, but it is the vessel of strength, courage, and wisdom, traits that are all held up with great honor. With its closeness to Creator and a symbol of faith and divinity, the eagle leads a path in which one strives to greatness for themselves, their work, and the world they live in. As you all become blessed with the presence of the eagle today, take a moment to acknowledge the power and protection it brings upon you. Feel the honor of receiving a blessing from the very people that perceived your own and carry it on into your life with respect and pride. Thank you.
Thank you.
Makatanana panahaya chohilemana. Makatanana panahaya chohilemana. Yo yoke mana chohilema panahaya. Makatanana panahaya chohilemana. Makatanana panahaya chohilemana. Yo yoke mana chohilema panahaya ho. Thank you, history makers.
Thank you, John.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much. Have a great day.
So now we move the Pledge of Allegiance. Lori Parlin, would you like to lead us, please?
Yeah, everybody please stand and join me for the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar at this time. Does any of the board have any comments or changes at this time?
No, sir.
No changes?
Nope.
Greg,
No.
no changes? So now we'll open it up to public comment.
Now
That's
taking
it.
public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'm addressing item number 1. Last week, George Turnbull and Lori Parlin violated the Brown Act by depriving those of us who were patiently waiting on Zoom for the opportunity to address agendized item number 11 pertaining to the Mount Murphy Bridge. Although staff had requested the item be continued off calendar, it was a time certain item at 10 a.m. It was not approved under consent as falsely portrayed in the minutes. Lori also remarked that this item wasn't supposed to be on the agenda and that the item would be addressed later. Such unethical bureaucratic shenanigans will not be tolerated. As you should have learned from your mandatory ethics training required under AB 1234, the Brown Act sets forth requirements to ensure transparency in public meetings. This empowers citizens to prepare for and engage with the matters at hand. Citizens also have broad constitutional rights to comment, make inquiries, and expect public replies regarding agendized items. Contrary to Kim Dawson's phone message, the BOS has no discretion whatsoever to circumvent the Brown Act and the rights of the public. Members of the public must be allowed to address any item on the agenda. Note the comments of my neighbors. Quote, "This is an outrage. The inconvenience, safety, gas costs, time and money that the DOT is imposing by their derelict management is unconscionable. Like the accident brought the issue to their attention, this endangers the lives and property of dozens of people should a fire sweep through. How could the BOS be so derelict to the citizens it serves? EDC BOS mission statement is, together, we enhance the well-being of all residents, businesses, and visitors by delivering effective public service. They are an inept bunch of elected officials who fail to understand the three cardinal moral virtues of courage, temperance, and justice. Without justice, there is no virtue. In order to serve the public effectively, they need to demonstrate a level of moral courage, temperance, and justice together. Otherwise, how is transparency and accountability possible? End quote. When a violation occurs, any person may demand the legislative body to cure and correct the alleged breach within 30 days from the date the action was taken. This process gives the BOS an opportunity to rectify the issue without immediate legal consequences. It is your responsibility to cure and correct the minutes, comply with the Brown Act, and provide the date when this matter will be scheduled on the BOS agenda and respond to the attached a PRA request for information. As an aside, as I was coming in here, the parking lot was full, so I had to park down by the library, and there was an incident that I reported to Kim Dawson. There was a homeless person creating a hullabaloo down there, and security was called. So just for your information.
Thank you, Melanie.
Peg Vanderkar, Placerville. First, I want to thank you all for allowing the tribal blessing. That was really something to be part of. And B, George, thank you, excuse me, Mr. Turnbull, for the information that you gave ahead of time. That was very helpful, both on the case of the new shelter that's going to be built and on the corrections to the stabbing that at least the paper or online said happened at 3 a.m. And I have no idea how they know that. Anyway, that's not why I'm here. I'm concerned with item 3 on the consent calendar about the law that's the ordinance that's changing. I agree that the law enforcement needs some a better tool. I'm not in disagreement with this particular ordinance. I am only expressing concern about A, where people will go, and B, the conversations with community partners. What's needed a lot in the community is ways for people who are homeless to build skills and build community. For example, the clubhouse run by NAMI, that's a new organization, is a wonderful organization and doing good things. You mentioned on one of the last meetings that there's piles of bike parts and they're left behind. I know some of the folks who are in the shelter are trying to put bikes together so they have transportation, a place where they could legally work on their bikes and leave the parts safely and then come back and work on them. Seems to me that might be a community benefit that would be helpful. So ways to talk with community partners, ways to find methods to help folks become more self-sufficient. That is really what I'm supporting. So thank you.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull and supervisors. I'm maureen Dion Perry from Camino, and I'm also with Housing El Dorado, a nonprofit here that you probably know about. Regarding the proposed changes in the camping and parking ordinance, consent item number 3, as indicated in the ordinance, collaboration with community partners and county social services is important for the effective implementation of these ordinances. I quote, "This ordinance strikes a balance by addressing both public safety and environmental concerns while considering the needs of unhoused individuals. The county will collaborate with social services and community partners to ensure that solutions are comprehensive, effective, and humane. Everyone needs preparation for the successful implementation of this ordinance. to mitigate any potential harm. We encourage spending time on planning in the next month on how to implement these policies in a manner that considers the variety of needs of our unhoused individuals. We are requesting information about the plans to consult with community partners and social services to help ensure that the solutions are as effective and humane as possible. Who will convene this group? We see that community partners include at least Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, Housing El Dorado, the Upper Room, Only Kindness, the Hut Team, and HHSA Social Services. We work together for the day when all of our residents will be able to be housed. In the meantime, where do our residents without a home go? Thank you. Now, can I get an answer to that question about the convening of the community partners?
Yeah, we'll address it at the end of public comment.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Jonathan Gainsborough. I want to read Proverbs chapter 24, verse 11 and 12. Deliver those who are drawn toward death. That's the homeless as well as every one of you and ourselves. Deliver those who are drawn toward death and hold back those stumbling to slaughter. If you say, surely we did not know this, does not he who weighs the hearts consider it? He who keeps your soul, does he not know it? And will he not render to every man and woman according to their deeds? I listened to 3 or 4 hours of January 14th, a great collaboration. As our sister just mentioned, who was missing from the collaboration was the homeless advocates. Who is the expert on a fish ladder? It's not the Department of Fish and Games, it's the fish. The homeless and the homeless advocates know more than all the collaborators. They have to be included. Why was the resolution only presented last week? Or at best, it was also mentioned yesterday differently, 14 days ago. Way too short time. You are mixing paint on one palette of legalities of private property, public property, homelessness, public parking, private parking. The paint is blurring. My good friend, constitutional lawyer Mark Marin, last year for 35 litigants in Placer County, got a settlement of $5,000 for 33 homeless people because their property was discarded. This travesty is continuing in the county. You've got to speak to law enforcement to stop it, or you are facing a much larger fine. And my friend Mark Marin is going to look at this new resolution that you're putting out. Why are there no public potties or restrooms? Why is there no public shower? You talk about sponge baths. Why are there no regular, at least quarterly public town halls for the inputs of the citizens? The ideas for improvement are amongst the county, not just amongst you half dozen leaders. Finally, the answer when the homeless ask to the hot team, which are doing a great job, where are we supposed to go? The answer cannot be, we don't
Thanks,
know.
Jonathan.
God
Appreciate
bless
it.
you.
Anybody else would like to speak? So Kim, can we, oh, wait a minute, all right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Vincent. I believe off the top of my head that I'm item number 7 today for the Veterans Affairs Commission. I just wanted to come down, introduce myself, let you all know a little bit about my background. I served for Top Gun, calibrated the electronics that came off the birds for 4 years there. From there, I went out to school, got a master's degree in electrical engineering, and then I moved out here, settled my family down, and currently serve on Gold Oak School Board. Again, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity, and I look forward to serving the veterans of our community. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
So Kim, can we move it to Zoom participants, please?
And now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Oh, good morning, everybody. It's a great day for me because you know what? I became a new grandma again. And so that's very exciting. Anyway, I feel frivolous, but I'm going to say it because you know what? I just recently had to cancel my gym membership because I had an $800 PG&E bill, even though my heat's turned off when water heater's down, and I don't know much more we can do. When I see that we're allocating approximately $20,000 for fitness classes for the employees, it rubs me a little bit the wrong way. Could we perhaps get an on-site fitness facility with a beautiful large screen TV? I am finding amazing, motivating classes on YouTube, from yoga to lightweight workout to a little cardio. How about group-led walks throughout the property once you get the homeless situation taken care of? That would be lovely too. $20,000, I get it, in your $1 billion budget. When you sit and tell us that we don't have enough money in our $1 billion budget, probably seems like $2 to me. But as a taxpayer, again, when I've had to sacrifice literally little things that I enjoy in my life because PG&E, because of fire insurance, because my grocery bills are going up, and I'm going to get emotional because we're getting to the teeter where I can hardly afford to live in El Dorado Hills. And my husband makes over $100,000 a year, retired, and Social Security. So that should not be the case. So I do find it a little offensive when I see we're going to have a party and provide fitness classes when the rest of us are literally just trying to pay our bills. And I hope that the party includes healthy food if we're going to be having fitness classes. On the other thing with the homeless, the saddest thing in the world is, as Elle Woods was taught in Legally Blonde, the law is free of passion. Aristotle said that, right? We all learned that from Legally Blonde. I understand the compassion of the people who care about the people who make, unfortunate choices sometimes or have health conditions of mental illness. Giving them housing is not the problem. We need to enact mandatory treatment. We have to be tough love, and we all know my story. I had to do tough love with my own child, giving him a safe, beautiful home to live in, and all the wonderful things that he enjoyed every day of his life did not free him from addiction. What have freed him from addiction was rehab and a little overnight in the El Dorado County Jail. Please consider the safety of our residents. We have got to clear that library. That story is terrifying. I have friends that actually experienced that and shared on social media what that was like. We can do better for both sides, but this illusion that we're going to put them into safe places is just going to perpetuate the problem. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. A couple items. Item number 3. People are scared about current government's overreaching actions to control communities' constitutional rights. This is the belief of a lot of the community. You have promised at the earlier reading that is not the case in this item. It's not the intent to control people, but to help them. And I think I want to emphasize help them. Item number 10, the community has been mailing or has been waiting for close to 30 years for this project to be completed. As you know, I've said earlier that I was part of the early planning of this project. So this goes back to the 1990s, at least, maybe earlier. Today, in front of you, you're asked to approve and adopt the plans and contract documents for Phase 1B, and the chair to sign the plans. George, this is your first chance to get your hand on the documents, and it's going to be history being made by you doing that. You're also asked in number 2 to authorize the advertisement of the construction bids. So this is competitively bid. It's going to be set out by your service provider in order to be able to hopefully get a lot of interest in constructing this project from our construction companies. Thank you for the time. That's it for this morning.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I want to comment on the homeless situation as well. We had a couple speakers come up and ask where these people will go. Well, if they're simply unhoused, then they can go to their homes, right? But the reality is they're not simply without a home. And until we actually have an honest conversation about the core issue with these people, then we're never going to solve the problem. And it's very apparent if you look at what the state has done and the billions of dollars that have been wasted with non-government agencies that took money to help solve the quote homeless problem, that it's only gotten worse. And I work all day for a living. And like Kelly said, I'm just trying to keep up with my bills. Today I had to call my propane and say, don't fill it all the way up, just do the minimum, because I just paid my PG&E bill and it's freaking killing me. And I can't stand to be lectured by these people that want us to give up more for their pet projects when they all have homes, they all have money, and they can offer them shelter. But we all know the problem is that these people are not merely homeless. Until we address that, we cannot fix the situation. I'd like to know the stats on the navigation center. We want real numbers. How much money has the county spent? How many grants have they gotten? Are they still getting grants? And how many people have we actually helped sustain being off the streets, being off the drugs, and having a home and being a productive member of society? Until we address those issues, none of this matters. None of this matters. So I'm sick of working my butt off and driving by the county shelter and seeing these guys hang out all day long playing while I am busting my butt. I'm tired of it. So you guys need to be real about what the real problem is, and it's drugs and mental illness. Have a great day.
There's no additional public comment.
So Tiffany, I'm going to reach out to you on that one particular question that she asked and she wanted an answer to it.
Regarding the coordination
Yeah.
efforts. So there are a lot of existing coordination efforts. The one that would primarily address the speakers that were here in chambers is the COC. We have the continuum of care. We refer to it as EDOC. That continuum of care includes both law enforcement representatives, social services, providers, and those that have lived and experienced homelessness. So all of those coordination efforts are existing and in place.
Thank you. Thank you for some.
Yeah, and then
Go ahead,
if I
Lori.
could, Chair, I'd like to address Ms. Lane's concerns about the meeting minutes. I'm looking at it right now on item number 11, and it currently says this matter was continued off calendar upon approval of the consent calendar. And I understand your email where Ms. Lane said that this wasn't a consent item, and I understand what she's saying. And for the minutes, I'm asking if we could change it to say this matter was continued off calendar upon approval of the agenda, because that's actually, it was a change in the agenda, if you're okay with that. The clerk's saying that's,
Okay.
that's appropriate. So
All right.
I would like to make that change just for
Okay.
clarification in the minutes.
Okay. You have that, Kim? All right. So thank you all for speaking today and stuff. At this time, the board will take any other necessary additions, deletions, and corrections to the agenda. Determine matters to be added or removed from the consent calendar, and which one motion, adopt the agenda and approve the consent calendar. That's the will of the board and the consent calendar. Any discussion, any further discussions at this time?
No, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda and the consent calendar with the changes to the January 14th minutes.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries.
Motion passes 5-0.
So we'll move to the 9 a.m. time allocation. Item 22, Supervisors Turnbull and Veerkamp, 50th anniversary of the sister city. So I'll open this up for Kim.
Item number 22 comes from Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Veerkamp in anticipation of the May and October commemorative visits for the 50th anniversary of the establishment of our Sister City program, and recommending the board, 1, receive a brief presentation on the history of the program, 2, receive an overview of the April 25th through May 2nd visit, 3, join in the recognition of city council member and one of the founders from the Sister City Connection, and 4, hear about the project that is being proposed to commemorate the 50th anniversary.
I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Turnbull. Thank you for co-sponsoring this item. 50 years ago, we're going to have Janet up here in just a minute to
Just
talk
a minute
about it.
here, Janet.
50 years ago, we started this affiliation with Warabi, Japan, and it's continued ever since due to the People to People International and the local chapter, which Janet represents. And 10 years ago, I had the distinct pleasure of representing our board here, hosting the 40th anniversary, and then traveling to Japan to participate in the festivities that took place over there, and had a significant impact and meaning to me and my family as my daughter was with People to People at the time. And we had a great trip, as well as the recognition that they do for us, and the link to the Wakamatsu farm out in Gold Hill, which was the Veerkamp farm for 150 years. And the tie to Opisan, and the visiting of the sister gravesite in Aizu Wakamatsu, on and on and on. And so this year is the 50th anniversary. We will hopefully, in conjunction with the city of Placerville and the presentation that Janet's going to give, honor that 50 years of this dedicated connection. So with that, we will have Janet give us a presentation, and then we can have some comment.
I think this was one of my former students.
Little trail kid.
Yes.
Kindergarten, 3rd grade.
Really? Yes.
Yep.
I've been around for a while as well. Maybe as long as the 50 years.
I was a very good student.
So I'm Janet Sambachetti, and I'm the president of our local People to People chapter. And I'm with my officers of our group. We're all here today. And we want to, first of all, let you know that this is a big event. I know you know that, but this is 50 years of an extremely productive cultural exchange with our sister city, Warabi, and over 1,000 people have participated in that 50 years. And we've had our youth program for 10 years, 15 years. And we've had probably over 150 kids back and forth between them. And they will celebrate this in 2 ways. We will have a visiting group come here in April. And that's the part that we're responsible for, that we need to put together. And I have provided, I think, the schedule to everybody. It's constantly revisable because we get new information from Japan, but they will arrive on April 25th. We were going to have a welcome party, but they're coming late at night, so we're going to postpone that and just have one party on May 2nd, which will be, hopefully all of you will participate and come and join us with your spouses. It will be at the town hall, and we will present all of our officialness and all of our gift. If we decide to do a gift at that time, And then we will honor the city council person who actually was part of the original founding of this group from Japan. He has been involved for 50 years. He is coming in April. He is the only official that's coming, but he's pretty important person. And so that's why we have on there that Mr. Rosuke Imai, he's a former member of the Warabe City Council, but he's also one of the founders, the Japanese founder part of our program. And it would be important to recognize him officially. And then if we have a proclamation or a plaque of some kind to present, I think that would be useful. We can take charge of that if you give us the direction of what you want. We don't want to represent the Board of Supervisors. We want you to tell us what you would like, and we will be happy to make that happen. And so we have a week of activities. You are welcome, and we will tell you the details and the final details, and you are welcome to participate in any and all of those activities, but particularly the sayonara party at the end. We would appreciate your participation. And then we also have, we're going to have an event in Warabe in the end of October, and you are all invited to come with your spouses. We would need to know that. So we have a limit in the number of people that can participate, but you are top of the list. So if anyone is interested, you can let me know and I'll put you on the list, and we hope to see you. So we would like at least one representative from the Board of Supervisors to participate, because the more official ceremony is in Warabe. The bigger, they like to do it bigger and better than we do. So, and then the other item that we would like to discuss is the building of a Tory, hopefully at the library, which is kind of a hot topic right now, but we feel that this Tory represents it represents the cultural exchange between us. It represents that in Japan as a cultural item. And we feel like this would be a object that would draw people's attention to the fact that we've had this sister city connection, that we have this wonderful part of our county, and it would draw people's attention to it. And the library, we feel, is a perfect place for two reasons. One is it's visible, but then two, we also have a plaque there already. We have I think it's 25 years.
I think so.
There's a rock with a plaque on it already, and we've planted some cherry trees. So we kind of would like to build on that aspect of things. And so we would I don't know exactly what the protocol is, how to go about getting permission to do that, but we have John Hanses is the son of the founder from this side, Myrna Hanses. And he has put together the plan, the idea. He's already got some volunteer labor and materials for the project. We will pursue that further as well. So, but we need permission where to put it. So I don't know how or what we need to do that, but we are open to your input and approve. Any questions?
You bring it back to the board, so.
Yeah, I
further
think, and then
discussion?
we may have a little bit back
Yeah,
and forth with
right,
Janet, but
right.
this is obviously consistent with what we've done in the past, and the city of Placerville will participate as well.
Right.
We have received and put into play the stuff currently that's at the library, so I think it's consistent with that as well. Obviously, funding is an issue, and I think they're working on volunteer funds. I've put it out to a couple of our nonprofits to see if they could help participate as well. So we'll see if we can gain some assistance there. But again, I would want us to be consistent with what we've done in the past and show the people from Japan that we're committed and that we like this connection. Yeah, who knows where it'll go in the future, but we've got to get through 50 before you can go to 51.
Right,
So
right, so.
that's what we're trying to work in, and I'm working collaboratively with Janet. I do know, Janet, that on their visit here, that's cap to cap week. So some supervisors may be heading to Washington DC for that week. So
We'll be with you in spirit.
we'll be discussing how we go about that and making sure
Okay.
representative at the Siren party. And then obviously moving forward to October, November for that. That is, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Halloween there, and that's their sort of their New Year, no, not New Year's,
Well,
but
they
4th
have-
of July type celebration.
Yeah, a couple days later.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's
they
a
have
big event there, and that's why they choose that time for us.
Right, they have a
to be there.
parade, and they'll
Sure.
parade whoever goes in that parade, and it's really it's a once in a lifetime, maybe twice in a lifetime experience. And believe me, they really take this serious and do a great job hosting and taking care of you. So you maybe just elaborate a little bit on it's a host family setup. So there's airfare is what you're in for if you want to go.
Exactly. So we're just a little tiny little organization. So people are responsible for their airfare to get there. But then once you're there, for the time we're with Warabi, everything's taken care of. You stay with a host family, which is an incredible experience. And I have never had anybody not just be wowed by the experience. And you get to know these people, you get to live in their homes. It's amazing. And so you stay with them. Warabi City organizes the program and the plan, and they have, events and this and that, and there's some tours. And then sometimes we have gone on an extra trip, and that's extra, but that's the group decides if they want to do that, the group that's going. But the cost is really the airfare, which we try to find, the best way to go and the best prices. And yeah, the host family experience is pretty amazing.
Yeah. So that's what we want to do, is to
And I,
vet this to you all and get maybe some guidance and direction on, do you think we should proceed with the project? Obviously, then we'll let them do most everything else.
Right.
But we'll be instrumental in being involved and making sure things get done right, facilities as well.
Well, I didn't want to tell you the timeline. We thought we would try to do this for April, but we decided if we do it closer to the trip in the fall, we could do a video of a dedication ceremony and take that with us, and that could be something we share with them on that side. So we've extended the project.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So any more discussions from the board?
Just comment.
Comment, yeah.
Yeah, this sounds like a great idea. And of course, yes, it's a county property, so we'll have to, have staff explore, because on county property, there's often extra requirements and that kind of thing. So we'll have to explore that. And I'm glad that we're not needing this until October. That gives us time to look into that. So I appreciate it. And you mentioned the video of the ceremony and all that, and it just brought to mind, and something to think about in the future, not soon. I don't know if you've seen out on social media sometimes where they have virtual portals, where you can actually be in one part of the world looking at a virtual portal in another part of the world. And I think that someday, and I don't know how they do it, I don't know what technology they use, but they do it often in the world. It'd be cool to have this from our Tory to theirs, as a portal, so we could see each other and visit, and that would help our connection.
If we time it right, we could actually do it when they could watch.
That would be so cool. So yeah,
We did that with the 45th anniversary because of COVID. It got delayed, but then we actually did a party together.
Nice. That's
But
perfect.
it was over video.
So CAO, do we have to give direction today to explore it, basically? Is
I
that?
would like direction for staff to work with the people-to-people organization. And we may want to return to the board with an overview of the process and an estimate of the staff time that it's going to take.
Okay.
Just so that the board goes into the project with eyes wide open, and hearing that it's not going to be until October is, I was really stressing
Yeah,
out over
yeah.
here. I don't know how we we're gonna do it by
Yeah.
April.
Okay,
So
good.
that would be my.
Although
preference.
October will be
So-
here before we know it, so we'll.
It
wanna
will.
obviously
Yeah.
start
Understood.
that, yeah.
So I just want to say a couple things because I was a host family. I don't know if you remember that. Ren Hokata,
Okay,
we took him in our home. And one of the things that he wanted to see a supermarket and scenic beauty. So we took him to South Lake Tahoe. We rode the tram that went up the Heavenly Valley. He absolutely loved it and the view was fantastic. And then we took him to the supermarket that was in South Lake Tahoe, so he got to visit that. We also took him to a Giants game and Urchio, the pitcher from Japan, the Seattle Mariners, at that time he was on, so he got to watch that game. I bought him a baseball glove and he loved my home, especially the horses. He was just fascinated with what it was, about the livestock and stuff. And what was really interesting, I'm not a body but cowboy hat too, because he felt like he was a cowboy after being visited. But the biggest thing he loved is seeing the stars.
yeah,
Because his town was so many lights, they never seen the stars. He was just amazed, especially at night, how beautiful it was sitting on the pool deck out there and-
yes. We
and taking it
actually,
all in. So it was a fantastic experience and I encourage everyone to at least do that.
well, thank you for doing that and thank you for supporting that. And it's just, yeah, it's, we actually took the youth to the, when they came in this last summer to the observatory for that very reason.
Right.
But the unique thing about our sister city connection, most sister cities try to get cities that have, the same things in common. And we actually have sister city connection that has completely different. They're in the city, we're in the country, and that experience is, I think, even greater than having everything the same. But
Awesome.
thank you.
Any more
Just
discussions?
One
Okay.
final question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify, the report in here says that there's no financial impact to the county. Obviously, the CAO has just mentioned that there's going to have to probably be some staff time in the coordination. But are you planning on raising all the necessary funds? And then are you also stating that if a representative from the county were to go to this celebration in Japan, that they would have to pay their own airfare?
Yes,
Is that what I'm hearing?
yes.
Okay,
What we did before.
okay. I don't know, I'm new to the game, just
Yep,
asking,
yep.
just clarifying.
Any other
Okay,
They're here for 1 week,
They're here, it's 8 days, yes.
8 days. And how big is our group typically?
This year, it's only 9 people. The very first year, 80 came.
Oh,
Yeah.
80 people came. But this year, they actually have kind of a similar situation where the time that they're coming is a vacation time for them, but it's also it's like their financial, everything they got to do financially for the year happens at that time. So that's why none of the officials are coming, and that's why less. And the other thing is, the yen is so weak against the dollar that it's very expensive for them to come. So.
Any more discussion?
I would just add that I think we should definitely share, the wealth kind of thing. I think that maybe you as the chairman should consider trying to make that trip if you can. Mr. Veerkamp, sounds like you've already experienced that, but I think it's really important that to continue the momentum with the sister city, you have to kind of spread the love. So I'd like that to just be something we consider, or sending multiple people if multiple people can go.
More the merrier.
Right, right.
All right, any more discussion? All right, I'd like to open it up to public comment, please.
You don't need me anymore, right?
I don't think so, Jen.
I don't
unless
think so.
something comes up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment on item number 22, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I'd like to open up to any comments from the boardroom, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
So anyway, I'll bring it back to the board for any more discussion.
Good. Tiff's got what she needs, direction. You got your.
Yeah.
The direction that the direction that the minutes will reflect is that the board will direct staff to work with the people-to-people staff and return to the board with an update prior to October 2025.
And we can,
A motion.
yeah, and we can be liaison.
Can the board make a motion?
Yeah,
and
that's what I was
to
gonna ask, yeah.
formalize that?
To give that direction.
Yeah, do I hear a motion?
I will so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second, there you go.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so I guess we got time, a little bit, we can move to one department item, I would think, right?
You could, Janet, we're good.
So let's take item 17. Okay. Tax collector amendments of business license ordinance.
Item number 17 comes from the treasurer tax collector recommending the board consider the following. 1, approve the introduction first reading of an ordinance to amend Title V Business License Ordinance, and 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to February 4th for final passage, second reading.
Hi, good morning. Jennifer Stebbins, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. The Treasurer Tax Collector is coming before you today to consider approving the introduction of Ordinance 5223 to amend Title V Business License Ordinance, Section 5.08.160. We are seeking approval for changes to allow business license allowed by rights by the Home Occupations Ordinance to be issued without referral to the Building and Planning Department. These changes will allow us to better serve the business community by offering a one-stop service for qualifying businesses for certain business types.
All right. Open it up to my colleagues for any discussions or comments.
No, I
Okay.
have one
Okay,
comment,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Well, first of all, thank you for bringing this forward. It sounds like a much more efficient process. So great to the tax collector. My question is, in the second paragraph of the staff report, it says, this fiscal year to date, over 900 home-based business licenses have been issued. Does that include renewals?
No, that is new applications. And that's actually, we started this this ordinance last year. So that's 900 as of to date for fiscal or calendar year 24.
Calendar year. So
Calendar year.
starting in January?
Yes.
You have 900 new applications. Is that unusual?
No.
Is that
So the
normal?
prior year was 1,300 for the whole year, and the prior year before that was 1,200. So it's growing.
So does that mean we would have like over 3,000 home-based businesses?
Yes. You actually have active licenses. There are 6,900. And that excludes VHRs and hosted
Right.
home rentals. also.
Right, okay, interesting. And when you make a decision to issue a business license, do you consider the impacts to the neighborhood, or are you making sure that there are no impacts to the?
Yes,
neighborhood?
absolutely.
Okay.
How much vehicle traffic,
Right.
how much walking traffic, whether they've changed, they can't have signage, they can't alter the exterior of the building. It's all in that home occupation ordinance.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome. Any more comments? So Kim, I'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 17, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item?
Now
I
taking
don't
public
see any.
comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
So I'll bring back the board for a motion.
And Mr. Chair, I will move item 17's number 1 and number 2.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Nobody opposed? No.
Motion passes 5-0.
passes.
Thank you very much.
All right, do we have time for one more?
I think you can squeeze in one more, but I think 18 will take a little too long, so I would recommend considering item 20 or 21.
All right, so let's go to item 20. Board member appointments.
Item number 20 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board make board member appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees for 2025. Looking for appointments for the Capital Southeast Connector JPA, Community Action Council, and Pioneer Community Energy.
All right. So open it up for discussion.
Can
board
I
members.
just ask, being, rather new to the group, what does the Community Action Council actually do?
Well, it's one of those that's required. We must have it to get block grants.
Right.
And then, so they kind of overview, they don't really have any authority, but they do review the block grants and how they're allocated. And then beyond that, they kind of can do what they think is helpful to the community because they have community members on it, on the board. It's rather large, actually, large board. And so right now they're looking at, they've always shared resources, community action, community resources at the council meetings. And we're in the process, they're in the process, I don't regularly attend, of finding out how to formalize that more, which we talked about, if you remember when Kelly Crown came and kind of
Yes, that's right.
presented. And then I think I've reported since then that we're looking at the Well Dorado community online calendar to perhaps bundle all of our resources together so everybody can find them in one place. So that's kind of where they're at right now. Yeah.
And so did we not have a current member last year or an alternate?
So what we talked about on our first meeting of the year when we did committees and commissions, it was a lot. But we were trying to decide, my office, District 4, rotated in about 2 years ago because we hadn't been on it before. And then at our last meeting, we were discussing whether or not we wanted, if District 1 wanted to rotate back in or not, if you guys want to rotate in or not. And normally the supervisors send their assistants in as alternates to participate. But anyone can watch it on Zoom and not participate. So it's kind of like that. And so we weren't sure who wanted to do it at the meeting in first meeting of the year. So we told everybody, hey, go talk to your assistant, see what they're thinking, and then we bring it back.
So one final question, all that information is very helpful and it is triggering all
Right,
those
I
things
know.
that happened. If the Board of Supervisors does not step up and fill any of these, does that make us ineligible for block grants, et cetera? Is it a requirement?
That's a good question.
I don't think so. As long as the council has their quorum and can function, I would imagine that's all they need. But yeah, typically it's been a good resource sharing venue. Just they're trying to figure out how to formalize it more so it's easier to share information. That's kind of where they're at right now and what they presented at their annual report.
Yeah, before it was District 2, 3, and 4
Yeah.
participated in stuff. So.
And then prior to that, it was 1, 2, and 3, I think.
Yeah, I
Is
know.
that-
I just
yeah,
reaching out to Cindy. She says she's been on it for at least 4 years.
Yeah,
While she
same.
served with John.
yeah.
Mark has, so.
So that's what kind of where we were at is like who wanted to be on it, and honestly, anyone can view it on Zoom as long as they don't participate. So
Monthly meetings, Lori?
is it that often? I don't know if it's every other month. That part I don't recall.
I think it's every month.
Is it
If I
every
remember
month?
right, yeah, every month.
There you go.
Yeah.
District 3 will take a stab at it and then we'll go from there.
All right, yeah, sounds good.
That's right.
You guys want to stay on it, District 2?
Oh, yeah, stay on.
Okay, so
I'll
3.
still,
yeah.
we will roll off if anybody else wants to take it. That's why I
No,
wanted
I'm
to throw
good.
that there.
Thank you.
You're good.
Okay, and then
How about you, Brooke?
did you want to?
Well, just hearing when their meetings are, that's the fourth Wednesday for me is
Yeah,
TRPA.
problem.
it-
Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
won't work.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
then District 4, we'll stay on it. And like I said, we're trying to formalize all that information, the community resources, hopefully with that online calendar. So maybe if we can get that going, it'll make it easier for everyone to find resources and share information. And we can put that in our newsletters if we get there.
All right. So I don't think we have to open this up to public comment, do we?
Yes.
Do we need to talk about the other ones?
Yeah,
or-
let's
Yeah,
talk
let's
about
do
the
the
other
other
ones.
ones first.
Yeah, let's
And
do
then
the
we'll,
other
we
ones
can
first.
do public comment on
Okay,
all of them
all right.
together.
I just
Okay.
want, if I may, the Southeast Capital Connector, I was gonna request and see if Supervisor Beercamp would relinquish that
Absolutely.
alternate spot. And
Yeah, it's
let
in
me
your-
take it since it stops in our,
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it
and
impacts both
Supervisor
in our district.
Sternberg's areas, absolutely. Yep.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
And then the other one is
Pioneer.
Pioneer. Funny thing, I've been attending those as the alternate. Pioneer in El Dorado County got off to a bumpy start. It's a fact, and everyone acknowledges that. And so I go to the meetings and I tend to be a little bit contrary there, to keep them on their toes. And they're getting ready to do some expansions. I really would like somebody else to take the lead on it if they would. Supervisor Heidel, I know, really likes being on the Pioneer board. I'll go, but I prefer not to.
Yeah, they meet monthly.
I think theirs is monthly too. Do you know, Kim, Pioneer? I feel like yeah, it feels like it is monthly.
And where and time and so
It's
forth.
out in Rockland.
Oh, gee.
I know, it's a trek.
Yeah.
I've gotten really good at it. I can drive it without a map now. But like I said, I prefer not to go. I will if nobody else will take it. And they're, I guess it's good that I do show up because I do keep them on their toes about things, but still, it'd be nice if somebody else would take it.
How does being on this board, how does it benefit us? What type of decisions are you making?
Well, for example, at their last meeting, so, well, December, the board voted to make the discount rate on PG&E rates 5%. Then they sent off a little ad hoc on financials and came back at our meeting just a week ago and decided only do 4%. And I voted no. It was me and another guy voted no. And I was very strong in saying your whole purpose here is to save us money for our residents. And so that's what I do when I go to their meetings. I'm pretty contrary and I don't know why they would want me to come back, but they keep saying I'm welcome. But if somebody else would like to take that, it would make me really happy.
I know you look at power agreements, purchase power. I think they contracted for 10 years with EID for the 184 power.
Yeah.
So you look over, review contracts and that sort of thing.
And their expansion with it's a JPA. So they're going to be adding more cities and a few other counties are looking to join, which is good. There's better buying power, literally buying power. The more you have, you can negotiate better contracts. So that part's good. It's in, and I'm always just there cautionary, make sure they do it well when they bring in new partners, and they're doing much better. I just feel like I'm a little antagonistic when I go there.
Well, but that's holding them accountable. I
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
I don't see that as a problem at all. Representing our
Pioneer
residents.
Energy does offer the teleconference.
You can
So
teleconference.
as long as we get them the address ahead of time. So if the commute to, I think they meet in Auburn, right?
Rockland.
Rockland,
It's in
yeah.
Rockland.
That if that's a factor, we could always use, either the boardroom or the closed session room, or if District 5 want to do it, a teleconference location to help facilitate that.
Yeah.
It's not the same though. I'm just being real. Being there in person is much better.
Yeah. So anybody would like to take that lead?
I think I just talked myself into a job,
Yeah,
didn't I?
looks
Darn
like
it. Dang it.
I'll be your alternate, Lori.
Okay. I hardly ever miss meetings.
Yeah,
So
okay.
thank
Well,
you for that.
but
I was
if you're
like, oh wait, I just
unavailable.
talked myself into a job. Fine. So we'll do Portland Beer Camp on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, because you can carry my torch.
So I'd like to open this up to public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom like to comment on this?
Now taking
see
public
any.
comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
The only one I wanted to talk about is the Pioneer Community Energy. As people know, the community that we've been associated with this, I believe, for 3 or 4 years now, maybe longer. But when they made the pitch to me by calling me and talking to me, I had to decide whether there would be any benefit because I have solar, and there wasn't. From what they said, it didn't really matter if you had solar, and now I have battery backup. So essentially, I've never joined them, but did have that opportunity to be able to participate if I had deemed it to be a cost benefit to me, which I didn't. So thank you for the time for the comment.
And just looking online, Pioneer Community Energy meets the third Thursday of each month at 3 p.m.
There it is, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so bring it back. Any
That's
more
tough
further
for me.
discussions?
Yeah.
Everybody's okay with this?
So we're gonna
I'll
do,
take a stab at a motion.
oh, good, okay.
Okay, so I would move that we appoint to the Capital Southeast Connector, JPA, the current member to be Supervisor Turnbull, with the alternate being Supervisor Ferrero. With regards to the Community Action Council, that districts 2, 3, and 4 and their supervisors serve as the current member, with their alternates being their assistants. And that with regards to the Pioneer Community Energy, that we appoint the current member to be Supervisor Parlin, with the alternate member being Supervisor Veerkamp.
Second.
All right, second.
Yeah.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so I guess we'll move to our item 23, the 10 a.m. allocation.
Item number 23 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board receive and file a presentation from the First 5 El Dorado Commission, El Dorado County Office of Education, and the Library Department on Community Hubs projects.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for that, Kim. So why are we here today? We have new board members that haven't been on the board following this process along. And so there's quite a bit of change coming. And I thought that it would be good to bring everybody up to speed. And just in a nutshell, about a year or two ago, Kathy Guerrero, First 5 El Dorado Executive Director, in her annual presentation here at the board, actually had mentioned that the First 5 funding is changing dramatically July 1st of this year. And at that moment, it didn't really mean a whole lot to me. I was like, okay, get it. But then I started attending the First 5 board meetings as a member, and the budget was on every agenda. And I kept looking at it and I go, oh my gosh, now I get why this is a big deal. A chunk of money is no longer going to be available for the hubs at the library. And the hubs have been instrumental in navigating is the word that we use, people to the resources available in the county. And we've been doing it, I think, since 2016, perhaps. We got a CSAC award along the way, all this stuff. And when the light bulb finally went off in my head that the money is going, or a chunk of the money is going away, how are we going to continue providing the navigation to folks in the libraries, which is kind of where people are comfortable in the library setting, getting referrals. We want to be out in the community more instead of making people come to our government center here. So all of that's been building up. And so I guess last year, we started having talks, First 5, HHSA, the library, talking together about how we're going to morph and transition. And there was big concerns, quite honestly, about the budget, right? So how are we going to do this? And I think we've come up with a pretty good path. And it incorporates a lot of the mobile services that HHSA is trying to morph into anyhow. So that's why we're here. And I really appreciate everybody working so hard. Emma and the CAs, I don't want to leave out Emma because she's been instrumental. She's been like the glue in these conversations of pulling it all together. And oh, there's Olivia. I didn't see you back there. Sorry, Olivia. But, you know, pulling everyone together to make sure that we're still able to navigate people with the warm handoffs that they've become accustomed to. And we have helped so many people in tough situations and getting connected with the resources. So take it away, Kathy.
Great, thank you. Well, as Lori mentioned, I'm Kathy Guerrero, and I'm the Executive Director for First Five El Dorado. And I'm joined here by my partners. Although First Five El Dorado is we share a funding lead, a collective impact lead. We share this role with Bryce Leveler, your Library Director, and Elizabeth Blakemore, the Director for ELFS, Early Learning and Family Support at the County Office of Education. And what I'd like to do is start the presentation with an overview of what hubs are so we can get our newest supervisor up to speed. To talk about what's happened, and then I'll hand off to both Bryce and Elizabeth to talk about the impacts to their contracts or their services. So thank you, Kim. So on the first slide, what are hubs? Hubs were really meant to be, the next slide, Kim, I'm sorry. Hubs were meant to be a systems change, as Lori actually explained it very well, and I don't have to do much on this slide. Hubs were seen as an opportunity. As a kid who grew up in Georgetown, how do folks get access to services without crossing a bridge or a river to be connected? And so the concept was that if we brought services into the community, we could better connect folks and that we could catch them upstream. We wouldn't go into crisis. It's a prevention approach in order to connect, from our perspective, families with little kids that are raised in communities to help them have optimal growth and development. So we landed on where do kids and families gather most in our 0 to 5 world. And it was libraries. 25% or 1 in 4 of families with kids entered a library voluntarily without a need for support and services. So we looked at the supervisors, we looked at the educational districts, and we said, these could be hubs. They're the same. You share, your educational districts are the same as supervisorial districts. And we came up with the concept of hubs. Hubs is the geography of the supervisor and the education representative districts. And within each one of those, miraculously, are the libraries where folks gather. And those were the central points of the hubs. So what we did then with our collective funding is that we, in leveraged funding, because we're 0 to 5, leveraged funding with all of you as partners, many other grants that Elizabeth cobbled together, and our libraries have funded for navigator supports. And navigators are those folks where you can walk alongside our community members and really understand what their needs are and connect them to services. So in concept, that's what hubs are. So on the next slide, you'll see kind of, I did a snapshot of some of our success. Lori's already mentioned that we've been in existence for nearly 8 years. We've refined a lot, and let me tell you, we learned really quick during COVID. And in the last year, I wanted to show you year-over-year increase of the impacts of hubs in our community. So from 22-23 into the last fiscal year, there was a 53% increase in registrations. We increased the total number of folks served also. We're reaching more and more families who have a lower income or poverty level. And that's good. Getting out in the community allows us to connect with folks who may not be natural patrons of the library. There was an 85% increase in navigation services provided. And usually that's trust. Once folks know you, they are more comfortable engaging in conversations that could help them. And the saturation of services, meaning it's not just a one-off. There's actually, we're going deeper in being able to help folks. And you can see the referrals more than doubled. Navigators are not so necessarily the end all be all. They're to help connect to your broader array of county services and make sure that we have the best person walking with those families in order for supports. So on the next slide, it'll talk just a little bit about who did we serve at the hubs. And this is the reason that we tracked this is really to look at folks that are furthest from opportunity or maybe marginalized. I know growing up in a rural community, it's often hard to connect to services. So we really wanted to know about where folks were in both meeting their basic needs, their income, their shelter. Having medical insurance is important in order to get prevention services. And then making sure that they got to those appointments. So, and I won't walk you through all of them in detail. And then what are the navigation services on the next slide? It shows a little bit about what these folks that we together provide have done. And we think about this as a 4-stage navigation. So first, did we hand you a gift card, a brochure, something? Did we hand you something? Second, did we provide information about it and have a conversation with you? Third is that we helped you complete a form. A lot of these happen to be some challenging, whether literacy or whether the lengths of forms, county government forms that we have. And lastly, we referred you to someone else. And you can see that it's pretty evenly split. Just getting information and helping someone complete a form was really the majority of the work that was done there. And again, you can see basic needs, clothing and household goods was the number one, with benefit navigation being 2 in the services that are provided. On the next slide, Lori also hinted a little bit about the successes of hubs, and I couldn't go through maybe an unwinding discussion without sharing some of the successes that we'd had. And I remember our previous CAO, it was the first time we got all giggly. Down Ashton said in his annual letter that that was the gold standard of public service. And I thought, what an acknowledgement for El Dorado County to say that they could serve folks in that way. Laura's also right that we were recognized by the CSAC, or California Association of Counties, winning 16 out of 284 applicants. We were recognized as an innovative service by doing community hubs. During the Caldor fire, we partnered with Marshall and we're out boots on the ground, knocking on doors, making sure folks had their IDs or their medications or whatever they needed. And then the California State Library has actually invested millions of dollars creating copycats or lookalikes of what we've done here in El Dorado County, and has made it a best practice model for them to apply for grant funding and replicate. And so then we come to where we are today. So on the next slide, I'll share with you, Lori did the progression really well. This is a summary of our messaging that talks about our partnership, about the 8 years and how many folks we have served. It's actually kind of big, like 16,000 children, 18,000 parents and caregivers. It's a good reach. But as Lori said, that we're tobacco taxes, and each time we have a subsequent tobacco tax, that means that the dollar amount that we're receiving goes down. And buy a pack, throw it away hasn't worked really well as a campaign. So the funding is declining. And we have worked, as Lori said, for the last 2 years to identify other resources to sustain hub services. And our commission is committed to funding through June 30th, 2025. And so what we're here today is to talk a little bit more from our partners about what those services might look like moving forward, and how we are working with all of you to sustain a certain level of service, maybe different than what we had before, but what we will be keeping. And to that, I defer to Bryce to talk about the library.
Bryce Lavelle, Library Director.
There it is. There's the button.
And the podium moves. Doesn't move quickly, but
wow,
it does. And
50
we have a
caliber machine
clicker.
guns next.
So current hubs funding. This is an overview snapshot. So first 5 contracts with library and EDCO, it's about 630K. And then you'll see the staffing model to the right of that number. With EDCO, there's multiple funding streams that provides about 394K. And then you'll see the FTE to the right of that number. And then the library, and so our funding, about 600,000. And you'll see the funding piece, or the FTE to the right of that. And it's like my slide is cut off just a little bit, but it shows the balance there, or the total at the bottom, and then it's 16 FTE in total.
Is it 1.6? I can't read it.
I think I think it is.
I think it's 1.6.
1.627. Thank you. So changes to the system of care since hubs started. There's different offerings in the community now. So mobile vans and trailers are something that seems to come post-COVID, and the Community Health Center has such an offering. Public health, behavioral health, probation, upper room. So there's a lot more mobile resources now. We also have behavioral health programs and the mobile crisis care unit beginning in 2025. Also MHSA, Project Access Community Outreach Initiative. And then CalAIM, there's additional managed care plans that are providing services. So there's more connections, more mobile opportunities for patrons in our community. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. There we go. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So what will hubs look like moving forward from a library scope? And so these are some items that have been identified that we will continue and building on everything that we've learned from our partners. So this is kind of cream of the crop items. And also as you zoom out and looking at these items, it fits within hub activities, but also traditional library activities. First, we have Hub Day at Pioneer Park. Very successful program in South County, a lot of different entities that are involved, and patrons can visit this event and learn more about services that they might be eligible for, and further make those connections. Another item is absorbing. So the library has absorbed 211, and then through our 833 line, that is being sustained. So we would still offer that. We would.
It sounds like German to me. Like, what does that mean?
So 211 was a service where people could call and be connected to other services. So very much kind of in the spirit of,
Oh, they would dial
of
211?
libraries.
Okay,
Yes.
got it.
And now we have a different line through the hubs. It's the 833 line.
Okay.
And then those, the structure behind it, it's set up in a way where we can route the calls. And we've even explored just having it route through our main lines. But right now, this is the quickest way to provide services. So it's a call-in line when people are looking for hub-related resources. We offer registrations and ages and stages screenings during our story times. We find that our patrons very much appreciate that. So it's behavioral screenings that are offered so that parents can learn more about how their child's developing and how they can best support them. A very valuable component that's added to our story times. We're going to continue to offer in-reach and outreach events, including navigations that serve folks that are furthest from opportunity. So it could be, we have a certain program and we promote it in a different way to try to bring in a more of a targeted audience that we don't see in the library as much. Also continuing to build those community connections and partnerships with a referral process to where it's not just, we're not just sending a patron to another department or entity and it's this kind of cold call. We build the relationships there to where it's more of a warm handoff. And so it's more of a guided process. There's more support, more customer service for the individuals. And then utilizing library spaces to co-locate staff from HHSA or other partner agencies, and also host some of these mobile offerings, kind of in the spirit of Hub Day at Pioneer Park. So bringing more partners on board and offering more connections for our patrons. But those are the core items that we're going to sustain moving forward.
Good job. I like the thing going up and down. I'm Elizabeth Blakemore. I'm the Director of Early Learning and Family Support at the El Dorado County Office of Education. And for over 8 years, I've been my team and EDCO have been one of the teams that have, and one of the partners that have provided services through the community hub models. And as Bryce said, it's a partnership between the library and my team, with each partner really providing a unique set of services and skills to families, but as a seamless exterior view so that families don't even, and using our services, don't even really know that the El Dorado County Office of Education team are not library employees. They all think we operate as a team, and it's very seamless. And we work that way because we worked collaboratively. So I want to take a moment right now to share information about how the EDCO component of the Community Hub Partnership will exist in the future. As many are aware, the EDCO Family Specialist Teams contributes really much valuable but very unique expertise to the community hubs, including bilingual support to families. So the EDCO team are the only Western Slope bilingual staff that support our Spanish-speaking families from across the Western Slope. We also provide the developmental screening referenced before that helps parents understand the development of their team. My team are highly trained. They've been doing this for over 7 years, understanding the developmental screening tool, how to score it, and how to provide and work with families. We also provide and support the Western Slope food and diaper distribution. An activity that serves over 700 families every month. We also are the staff who provide the parent-child playgroups at all of the libraries and have been doing that for over 7 years, consistently and reliably at every hub throughout the county. We also provide, because of the flexibility of my staff who are full-time on this project, we have been providing the outreach to our harder to reach, more remote families, families in apartment complexes, families in trailer parks, because those families, somebody's don't even know that the libraries or the community hubs exist. And so we have to go out and go see them. Also, my team also provides the majority of the navigation services and the data that's provided there. So as we prepare for the funding in the coming year, for the funding changes, the El Dorado County Office of Education recognizes the valuable role our family specialists play in the community and to families. We are working to find positions within our organization to maximize their skills and allow them to continue to support our communities. Those plans are still in development, but we are optimistic that we will be able to do so and retain many of the activities that we have referenced before. Thank you.
In closing, two things. One is that I really want to express my gratitude to your board and the boards before you for this amazing adventure in changing the way that we do business. I think it makes us a more empathetic community and responsive to fires and to other events that happen. And I'm just so pleased to be part of this team that has worked together to do something different. And also with our first 5 commissioners for taking the leap and saying little kids aren't just raised by themselves. So gratitude first. The second is that I do want to acknowledge the assault at the Placerville Library last week. And it was very sad. And on behalf of the commission, I'm sending our thoughts and prayers to the family and the community. Many wonder about the relationship between community hubs, homelessness, and county libraries. Over the last 8 years, the navigators have supported the families, as we've just talked about, both in person and through an 833 line. But I wanted to share some data so that there was some clarity or some numbers to the conversation. So in fiscal year, I think we're okay unless you want it.
Yeah. Do you guys?
Yeah, I would like to see it.
You want to see? It's kind of easier to view it.
Take in
as you
numbers
talk
on a
through
slide
it.
visually.
Yeah, because
We'd like to see charts.
Last minute thing.
data kind of is a blur when you talk about it, but it's good to see. So Kim's
Great.
got it.
So in fiscal year 23-24, last year, we served 2,730 adult clients, of which 165 indicated they were experiencing homelessness. That's 6% countywide. In the first 6 months of this year, that number is 90 adult clients out of 1,300, or 6.2, very close in our 6 to 7% range. And then when you break down the numbers community by community, you can see that some hubs have a higher percentage of individuals experiencing homelessness that are seeking supports and services. And so I wanted to just give perspective, just so that we can show hubs welcome all folks. It is an outreach to all those in the community, of which this population is served at these percentages, and ranging from hub 1 to hub 5, it can be anywhere as small as under 1% up to 8.73 in Placerville. So in closing, it leads me to believe that this is not, the issue that happened last week is not just a hub issue as it is a safety issue. The housing crisis has resulted in many individuals seeking safety and warmth in public spaces. It's imperative that all public spaces be safe for our children, our families, and our community members, including our libraries. Thank you all for the opportunity, and we're here for questions.
Okay. So I'll open up to board members for discussion,
Yeah,
comments?
Kathy or Elizabeth, if you could, you mentioned 700 meals a month being distributed. Is
Yeah.
that trending up?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So we
that's-
started those services during COVID. We thought they were temporary. We thought it was a stopgap measure. But our partnership with the food bank and other organizations has just made that grow. It's primarily on the western slope that we have 4 food distributions a month. And it's roughly 200 plus at every food distribution. So that's continuous and it continues to grow.
Don't take this wrong. It's a tough question. Do you think it's because food's available, food's not available?
Because food's expensive.
Food's expensive. Okay. And are we meeting the needs of then with the amount of food that we have available to us? Kathy shaking her head no.
I think there is a significant need of, it's food insecurity is a significant issue in our county. And our food distributions are one aspect that's helping support that. There are other food distributions at churches and things that go on, and we know that there's still more need.
Right.
Yeah.
Got a thought, but I'll hold it till we
Yeah,
get
me too.
get to that
Anybody
point.
else like to discuss?
I have
Comments or discussion?
a question of clarification as well.
Okay.
So it looks like from the presentation by Mr. Lovell that the program is somewhere around 1.6 million to operate. And I'm not clear on what is the amount of money that the tobacco sales are going to decrease to. What's the gap we're trying to close? And
First-
how are we going to close it?
First 5 will not have funding to contribute to community hubs after June 30th, 2025. And so the supports and services, our partners are talking about how they can absorb those into county government. And that's what Bryce was trying to say in his slide is that, and I see Olivia shaking her head too, how can we take the systems and the types of support and share those responsibility among existing practices or enhance existing practices within the county? I might have to step back here because it's not my thing, but to see how we can enhance existing practices or collaborate or maximize efficiency to mimic or replicate, although maybe not having all the bodies that we had before.
Okay. And First Five's contribution to that 1.6 was somewhere around 400,000?
It was 630,000.
630.
And I'm gonna, Olivia, could you come out and just, because you've got the HHSA bit of it that's going to kind of step in and morph, and I think that's critical to Supervisor Lane's question.
Absolutely. Good morning. Olivia Byron Cooper, Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. In partnership with the county's effort to create a strategic plan, HHSA also embarked in our own strategic planning process last year, where we identified 5 different focus areas, one of which was to expand and enhance our service delivery model. And that would include creating integrated one-stop shop spaces in our brick and mortar facilities, but also to take our services out into the community. And so I think that there is an opportunity to use existing staff and services to kind of in the spirit of the hubs, be able to meet that vision in a sustainable way using our existing staff.
Anybody else? I just want to make a comment. We just passed an ordinance about businesses that sell cigarettes. And we went from 146, I think, to 80, I think, something like that. And that's going to impact too, correct? Because you make it off the tax from cigarettes, correct? Can you answer that?
Every time there's a new flavor or a new vape or there's a way that the original language is diminished. And so when the first proposition was passed in 1998, it was very much cigarettes and tobacco, et cetera. But we have vapes, we have flavors, we have et cetera. And all of them kind of diminish the revenue that is collected by the original ordinance.
Okay. All right.
And that's the conflict of revenue streams that are connected to a sin tax. Basically, is the tax is there to kind of deter people from doing this thing, but yet that's our revenue stream. So they're kind of conflicting, but in a way, because we kind of celebrated like, yay, less people are using tobacco, but oh, that's our revenue. It's
Well, and in a
it's
cool way,
conflicting.
First Five has given this opportunity to innovate and do things that other foundations may not have been able to or not in a position to. And I think this is a good example to hear Olivia talk about how HHSA is incorporating it into a strategic plan. It's a example of how we can take an innovation to change service and then adopt those practices. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, especially, Pioneer Park, where you have a community hub day there. I visited her quite a bit, and I think it's a great program. And I want to thank the El Dorado County Food Bank for distributing the food to a lot of those people that are out there that are suffering. And we have this in our county right now, especially senior. Our senior population is a lot more and is growing more. And the biggest thing is making sure that those people have enough adequate food to be able to survive today, especially the high cost of everything. So
Things getting expensive.
right, everything's getting. So I want to thank the El Dorado County Food Bank for all the good work and stuff they do in our counties.
Thank you. And I think I do want to acknowledge, because as much as I can say on a positive note, the strategy has been wonderful, et cetera. As pointed out, both in the numbers and by our team members, that there are staff that have dedicated, some of them 7 and 8 years of their life to serving this community that the funding is not there for. And so I just want to be mindful that these are amazing folks who have been out there working in our bilingual communities, knocking on doors and doing the food banks and food distributions. And so that is hard for us as part of this transition.
So go ahead.
Just so I want to make sure I heard you clearly. So with the advent of the e-cigarettes and vapes and things like that, that's not included in the tobacco tax. We've lost our money in it.
They are. So, and I'm not going to explain this correctly because it's the CDTFA actually it's a different company that collects the tax at the state. But each time a new ballot measure passes with new regulations, our Prop 10 funding goes down. There's a new proposition number that's taken up. It has a different calculation. So we're on our third calculation of declining revenue. And actually, we were just looking at it the other day. El Dorado County, back when this started, got $1.6 million each year. And this year we are hoping to get 800,000. And so each time there is a ballot measure, there is a reduction somehow in the calculation, whether it's the extra, I can't claim to be an expert on it, but it reduces our taxes even more. Our tax.
So
revenue.
moving forward, your current budget is 1.6. What will the county be obligated to pay less the contribution of the tobacco tax? What
For community hubs in general, it will continue to be the service. Hope I'm in your world. Emma might have to come speak. Hold on. Let me phone a friend. Emma.
Maybe look at the CAO.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, and I'm assuming it's coming out of our general fund according to the
Yeah.
note. So how much are we going to be paying out of our general fund?
Yeah, so just to remind the board that you provided direction to staff last April to recognizing that the First Five funding was declining. You directed staff to pursue an alternate model without increasing the general fund cost of this program. So that set us about looking for a solution that we had to change the way the model was, the way the service model existed. So if you look at your current slides, which is 8 of 10, so that First Five funding is going to go away. And it sounds like there's some commitment for the El Dorado County Office of Education funding to continue. And then the county's current general fund contribution at the 602,000 would continue with this current proposal. And with all that said, I have to say this, it's a discretionary program and the board has the ability to change this in any manner they see fit.
And HHSA is confident that we could pick up the slack with current staffing to continue this program.
I am confident that we can provide services in the community. I am not promising it's going to look exactly the same as it does now.
Okay, fair enough.
Go
And I
ahead.
can say the same. I think we have diminished funding.
Yeah.
The services, as I referenced, we are working to find positions within our organization, but it is at a greatly diminished level of staffing. And those staffing positions will be slightly different is our anticipated. Again, it's early in the budget year. Those things haven't been finalized yet, which is why I have to be rather general in my comments at this point.
I got another question to ask. Have you guys looked at any grant funding at all? Or no?
Yeah, I was gonna same thing.
We could, but it just continues to kick it down the road further.
Yeah.
I mean, and I hate to say that like it's a bad thing, but I don't want to chase people's livelihoods in that way.
Yeah, funding a program on grant funding is always risky that the funding will end.
Will
And so
end,
that's
yeah.
why we're looking at transitioning everything to make it and incorporate our HHSA services.
And one of the things that we've done from the scope of sustainability is there was 2 community health advocate positions that we chose not to fill. And then we also took another position that was full-time and then brought it down to part-time. And so by reducing positions, so 2.5, we're able to offset that revenue decrease from first 5. So it comes out to about 285K. So by doing that, then we sustain our partially first 5 funded grant funded positions on the library side. That was another action.
One other question, Bryce, for you, Lee. The little small refrigerators that I put in place working with the El Dorado County Food Bank, how's that working out? Yeah.
They're great.
Mhm.
Very, very popular. I'd say that from my observation, most of the individuals that partake in we have a lot of apples and cheese sticks, and sometimes there's chocolate milks in there and all that. A lot of kids coming out of story time take something to go. So primarily children, at least at the Placerville Library, that are partaking in the food offerings.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was one of the reasons why we worked on that, to put that in place, especially for children who had something, especially nourishment, especially when it comes to that. When they use the library.
Do you have people from the NAV Center coming over using that food?
Primarily, I see kids, taking the food. Everybody, of course, is welcome to take food from that fridge. I know that there's been some community concern that maybe having the fridge is attracting certain unwanted behavior that makes it for a less welcoming environment. And I have no data, no experience that shows that that's the case whatsoever. I would say that with some of the concerns that the community has brought up with individuals around the library and certain behaviors, these are not people that are interested in connecting with resources or even using the library. So if somebody's there at 3 a.m., we don't offer any services. We don't even have Wi-Fi. There's no facilities, there's no restrooms, there's no reason to be there. So that's a different element.
Two different issues. I get it.
Yeah. But the food bank partnership and working with Mike and his team, and then what's being offered to the community, it's very much a benefit. And you see that across sites. And I'd say Georgetown is probably the greatest example of need, and that being used in a very high capacity kind of way, but it's appreciated at all of our sites by the public.
Any more comments from the board? So I guess we open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 23, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair, board members, Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk for the county. No doubt that that was an amazing presentation. The hubs are very important to our community. They do offer a service and great community outreach. I made some notes because I only have 3 minutes. So, Bryce, Kathy, Elizabeth, and Olivia, I'm not here to pick on your program at all. I think it is a good thing. But I just wanted to share my thoughts as far as this is a great example of a program that is not required by statute and is not fully funded by outside sources. I come to you with great concern as my own department is affected by financial decisions that's made here at the board. And it's affecting my staff, projects, and budget. We are in an $8 million deficit currently, and we have 2 lawsuits that we're going to be paying out on soon, which is going to be hurting our county financially. We need to start making cuts. We don't have the $1.6 million to fund this program. And 16 staff, which is actually more staff than I actually have in my department. Supervisors, you guys are the leaders. We're looking for you to make these tough and hard decisions for all the department heads and all of our community here. In order to get our financials in order, we need to look at programs that are not required by statute and not receiving outside funding. I encourage you to ask for restructure of the hubs, to look at some ideas, some new ways that we can get funding, whether it be through nonprofits taking on this task, just coming together and still being able to offer services, but not taking it from our general fund. Our safety and security and our other things that are important as well. And we need to pick and choose which is the most important that we want to put our money towards. With that, I thank you very much for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Janelle.
And-
Thanks, Janelle.
Same thing as Janelle. My name is Mike Sproul. I'm from the Food Bank of El Dorado County. I don't ruin everything they got going, but I ask you guys to take a look at what the charities are doing in this county. And we have run the food bank for 25 years. We've never asked for a penny from this county. We've got 35 charities that we support. We're feeding probably 10,000 people a month, not 700. So I'm not saying they're bad or what they're doing, but I care about our budget here. And I care about the money we spend and what we spend it on. And come check it out for yourselves. I'm going to call each one of you and come see if I could have a meeting with you and show them what the food bank's doing. We're building a brand new disaster resource center for $3 million. We're doing all kinds. We've got 35 partner agencies that are all over the county, including South Lake Tahoe, that we work with. So I'm not saying to deny this. I'm saying to slow it down a little bit and consider it and look at what your options are, as there's not much money to go around. And Brian asked a good question. You want me to ask? I'll answer it. There's so much food in this county. We don't even know what to do with it all. And they're just, people are duplicating services like you would not believe. And it's not, we don't have enough food. It's, we have plenty of food. It's just different people are working different things. When I first came here, it was the charities. I mean, the charities that ran all this. It was benevolence. They did it for free. And now I'm watching funding go away and other people trying to grab funding from here and grab funding from here. Again, I'm not against the hub. They do a great job and they do some good things. But when we got to start looking at value, like Janelle was saying, and the county having these issues, I want to have a chance to meet with each one of you to explain in detail what's really going on and how we're feeding El Dorado County, so you can see what's really going on with food assistance in El Dorado County. Thank you.
Come on up.
Morning. Almost afternoon, actually. I'm Paul Zapatini. I have various roles in this community. And in those various roles, I've had opportunities to work with the hubs over the last 8 years. And I'm not going to repeat what others have said, but I am here to support continuing the navigators. You heard the word trust. There's relationships that have developed over those years with the people from the EDCO and the hubs and such. And our vulnerable populations are the ones that are benefiting by finding out how to access the benefits that are available through our county, through our state, et cetera. An example, diapers are at a critical need, believe it or not. You wouldn't know that necessarily, but the food banks and the hubs have been distributing diapers over the years, beginning pre-COVID. If that goes away, there's going to be even worse situation than we currently have. But for example, the partnership with EDCO, Elizabeth, provided some funds so we could purchase diapers for distribution. The El Dorado Community Foundation provided some funds. There are ways to work collaboratively. We need to keep those advocates, especially the ones that can interact with our Spanish-speaking populations. And I think that with EDCO stepping up to offset the loss of revenue from First Five, we need to continue this. And I appreciate that we're in a deficit, but we need to identify what is important for the people in our county, especially those that are vulnerable. So because of that and the need for the food distributions in this county help. If those food distributions went away, we'd be in worse shape. And there are nonprofits that support that. And I encourage the board to continue the support from the general fund for this very critical enterprise that we have here with the hubs and with the advocates. Thank you.
Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak?
It was really hard to hear the other speakers, and I never knew in all these years this could go up and down. Wow. Can we make it go down? But anyway, okay. So I'm here to support First Five in the program. My name is Ruth Michelson, District 4. I think it's also really important everyone identify themselves, because not everyone knows who everyone is, but Mike Sproul of the Food Bank and Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk, thank you for your comments. And I'd like to say that this program goes much beyond distributing food. This is for families who are under duress, and families need support. And what I heard in this presentation was much more support beyond food, but helping families with understanding the developmental issues of their children. I couldn't list them all, but I think it does us disservice to just focus on the food aspect. Back in the day, when I was a therapist for New Morning Youth and Family Services for 9 years, a lot of our funding came to help families as prevention for abuse and neglect, because families under stress can fall apart. And I think we need to see the bigger mental health picture here of helping families that are on the edge. Okay. And I hear what the others have said about funding, but for now, this is the program in place. And if you want to look in the future to other funding sources, that's fine. But I think this cannot be interrupted. And the fact that they do outreach to where the families are, that was another, that's how New Morning operated. We went into the schools. We had counselors and therapists in the schools because we knew these families did not always have the transportation or the time to get their kids to counseling. So I think it's responding to a need and very well thought through and very well executed. And I think that it should continue. And I want to spend the remainder of my time talking about a letter that I know that came in from Todd White from the Republican Party, concerned about the main library. And I think we can't get hysterical here. Look, if you regularly went to McDonald's for lunch and there was two homeless people who got into an altercation and one stabbed the other, would you say to yourself, I'm never going to McDonald's again? I'm never taking my children to the play place at McDonald's. No. Look, things happen. It's unfortunate.
Anybody else like to speak on this?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi, again, the law is reason free from passion. I'm just going to keep saying that over and over again. I'd like to give you a tip. There's $20,000 in fitness classes and a party that could be used to feed children. So let's again remember, when we approve things like $20,000 for fitness classes and a party, citizens of El Dorado County, fitness classes and a party, and now we're talking about feeding children. I am so livid when I hear this, guys. We are all making every fucking sacrifice. All of us are suffering, Ruth Mickelson. I have to help buy food for my children. But here's the deal. George, I love the little refrigerators, but let me tell you, as a grandma who goes to the library a lot, I can't say no to my sweet little 2-year-old who wants to, take a little snacky poo from the fridge. I certainly can afford a milk and a string cheese. So I don't know necessarily if those are reaching children who are literally starving, which is really what it should be. Most moms pack a snack in their bag. I try to, but when they see it, they just want to go in there and grab that little snack. So if that's something that's costing us quite a bit, I have no idea. I would just say that I would probably try to monitor. I don't know how you do that, but I see it at the Cameron Park Library where the majority of the children who love that little mini fridge, and it is adorable, can afford or probably have a snack in their bag. Also, parents out there, I'm sorry, but we're at a point where I understand there's these services, Ruth Mickelson, but please be cautious of using state and government agencies to assess your child's problems when it comes to counseling, education, and their health care. There's a dangerous agenda out there, and I would really like to see us go back to the old days. You spoke of diapers, somebody. I was the pro-life leader at Holy Trinity Church for 5 years. I can collect 500 boxes of diapers within a few months. Use the churches. That's what they're there for. St. John the Baptist, by the way, folks, does have a program called the Gabriel Project. I was the vice president of that about 10 years ago. We take any family who calls and has a crisis pregnancy, and we help them all the way through from start to 3 months into birth with whatever they need in the programs. Guess what? It's all free. I've worked my butt off for free. Many of us have. And yet we're sitting here talking about spending more and more money. Let's go back to the days where we all met together as church and faithful and generous people and stop talking about spending our money so that we can get our stuff back together and not close our fire stations in Cameron Park, because I'm really concerned about that too. And lastly, yes, I won't take my grandchild to the Placerville Library, Ruth, because of the dangers and the homeless and the drugs. So thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. As a retired El Dorado County teacher and a resident of Placerville, I do support the hubs. If there's funding issues and ways that you need to look at things differently, that's another story. families and children are such a big part of what your charge is. And this is a very creative program, and it does assist vulnerable populations. And I'm sorry that someone who speaks has to criticize someone else when they're done. And George mentioned about grants. Well, today on CBS News, it says Trump administration orders federal funding freeze on all public loans, grants, and more aid. A memo from the White House Budget Office is calling for a spending freeze on federal assistance by 5 p.m. Tuesday, which could affect everything from aid to nonprofits, universities, small business loans, and state and local government grants. So there is not much hope of getting grants. There is hope of all of the groups working together. I appreciate what Mike said from the food bank, that there's a lot of people doing the same thing, and maybe there's a better way of doing it more effectively and efficiently and cost effective. I think it's important. There was a situation at the library. I think it's important to find out what the library staff, the people that use the library think, and not overreact at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for further comments and discussion. I just got a couple comments. I'll wait until last. I wanted you guys to speak
I
first.
was waiting to see Supervisor Veerkamp, you mentioned earlier you're going to wait. Did you have something to add? Because
I do.
Okay.
But did Bryce have something to add as staff?
Yeah, well, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's listen to you first.
So I apologize if there was confusion earlier. We are not asking for money. This is a highlight of how the challenges with a funding reduction, what we've done to create sustainability as much as possible within that model, and then partnering with other agencies to continue to serve our patrons. So, for example, we were looking at that hub model, and as you zoom further away from that, a lot of this it's traditional library services and connecting people with information. As I said earlier, we've purposely at the library not filled certain positions to create that cost savings from the general fund to sustain currently filled positions that are partially funded by First Five. But an example of the model moving forward, well, one with those items that I mentioned earlier, those are very intentional. And then how can we better partner with entities that offer similar services that are already part of the county? So one example, we are partnering with Probation, who received a grant for their core trailer. And so it serves everyone, not just those that are justice involved, but baked into that model, they have an eligibility worker from HHSA. So you look at that navigator kind of element and assisting patrons with paperwork and other activities to connect them with resources. And it makes sense to have a hub day or that kind, or something in that kind of spirit at some of our public libraries, because everything is more of a kind of a fluid, collaborative model. So we're not asking for additional funds. We're sharing how we've conducted some cost savings and how we're building better partnerships to continue to offer a certain level of service to the community.
Olivia, can you come up a minute? I want to ask a question. If everybody's okay with that?
Yeah, and I brought this item, so I would like to kind of close it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have a comment also.
Yeah. So when you're talking about restructuring, and you're talking about a lot of your own staff could actually be able to work at these community hubs, am I correct or not? Which would save a
Or
lot.
provide services that-
Provide service
in a different manner.
Right, in a different manner, and which save a cost, right?
Correct. They are existing staff, not asking for additional funding in order to meet this objective.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Okay. So Lori?
Well, I think there's.
So
Right,
go ahead.
we're
I guess
around.
the bottom line is we're still asking for $602 million to fund. No? Out of the general fund?
The
To make up the
program
difference.
currently costs
Right.
$600,000 in general fund
As it stands today.
as it stands today, and as it is proposed to continue into the future. So there would still be a $600,000 general fund cost.
I'll just finish my thought. Kathy, I toured the hub in El Dorado Hills with you last year, and I do support the concept. And I know you're doing great things. But given the current status of our budget and future budgets, I can't, in my right mind, support, continuing to fund at the full level at that amount of money. So I would probably be a no vote unless the board perhaps wants to look at maybe cutting half the funding this year and move forward and maybe explore some more grants and see how effective the staffing at HHSA can be to pick up the slack. But I kind of agree with the audience. We really need to pay attention on what we're spending county money on.
So I'll respond to that just a little bit. We're not voting on anything today.
Yeah.
So just for clarification, I would say the audience wasn't clear on anything. There's a lot of opinions and thoughts all over the place. And we are the decision makers. This was a presentation to, and I appreciate the CAO opened up her comments with saying we had prior board direction last year to look how we can continue this model of serving our vulnerable populations and connecting them with county services. It's critical that we do that. And that is kind of our role as a government. And because the funding is changing dramatically, the board tasked the CAO to coordinate with our departments how we're going to do this with far less money. And so it was a presentation so everybody can get an idea of what we've come up with so far. There will be more conversations.
Okay.
It's not done. And
Okay.
actually, to be honest, it will be a forever changing, just like it has been since the inception. Lessons learned, changed, pivoted along the way. So, but providing our residents and our most vulnerable is critical. That is what government truly is for. Because we're providing those services that the community can't. That's why we're here. So we just need to be mindful of that. And there will be more opportunities to talk about the budget, how we move along. If you have specific things, I suggest you talk to the CAO, in your meetings with them, because that's kind of where we're at right now. But, yeah. Does that help any, Supervisor?
A little bit. In the presentation, you mentioned other counties or libraries are mirroring your model and they're applying for state grants. Are they successful?
I couldn't provide
You
an
don't know?
update on that.
And if they are, why aren't we doing it?
All good questions. I think our purpose today was to come here today
Okay.
to refresh on where we were from the budget direction last April. The progress that where First Five is financially, the progress that we're making in trying to develop infrastructure, low to low cost infrastructure solutions that we can bring forward, but ultimately is your board's decision on where you want to go with this.
Thank you. And I apologize for jumping the gun.
No, I just wanted to provide you with that
No,
clarity.
I thought we were voting.
Yeah, you're right.
But that kind of, where I kind of stand.
Yeah,
We really
of
need to
course.
prioritize.
One of the things and that's the reason why I brought up the issues on grants. If there's any way that we could get any kind of grant money, I think it would be better to serve that program, especially when you're talking about the budget crisis. Brian and I are on the budget ad hoc committee right now, and there's a lot of concerns out right now, especially when it comes to our employees. I mean, they should be number one priority right now. So we got to do whatever we can to look at different ways to cut costs to be able to support our employees. So, that's something, the reason why I brought it up, especially when it comes to grants.
Right. And just to be, again, we do explore grants. I know HHSA has and MHAs, and a lot of them are to start programs. There's quite a few grants out there that say, here's some money to start a program, but then it's upon the government to decide whether there's value in it and if they want to continue it. That's a very common issue with grants, and sometimes why, honestly, some grants are passed on because it's like, yay, let's start it, and then what? So,
Yeah,
those
once you
are-
make that commitment, it's a little hard to retract it.
right, and because this has been a successful program, there, I think you can show the value in it. The board asked last year for us to explore how we can continue these services and navigate people to, I mean, I don't know if you've ever tried to connect with county services, and if you're a vulnerable family on the edge, and that's usually the folks that are looking for services, it is overwhelming to try to navigate the government system. It just is. And so that's what this is all about. I don't want to get any more because I know I'm getting a little emotional. Didn't think I was going to do that today, but you know, as a family, I've had family members and helped with some of that myself, where they just get in a position they need assistance. And when you don't know where your next meal is coming from, or you don't know how you're going to pay your electric bill or any of those things, you need someone to help you with that, because your mind isn't as efficient as someone that's, you know, in a good spot. I'm sure you've experienced that somewhere along the way and can see the value in it.
Yeah. So just a question, Lori, when you make that statement, so does that mean that our county services are inefficient because people are uncomfortable in trying to access them? And I truly know First Five and what they've done and very successful. But if we've got duplicative services and we're running another program because our in-house program is intimidating or whatever it is, what I'm hearing on a couple different fronts here, and Mike, you said it, we're duplicating a lot of service. Okay, then let's get to the bottom line and let's have a food group and let's figure out how best we can distribute the food necessary. Let's take a little time and let's figure out the better way to use First Five's model to incorporate into the county and distribute these services at the most cost-effective and beneficial way that we can, not knowing exactly if we're going to need a budget and infringe upon the budget, because yes, George, you're right. We're on the budget committee and it's not looking pretty. And our employees are a number one priority. And we're not going to private anything. We don't have employees to do it. So I'm hearing there's just some inconsistencies. There's hopefully some places for improvement for efficiency. And I'm going to say one more thing. It's about where the current hub is in Placerville. It's not a conducive place for the hub that we envisioned years ago when we started that process. So I want to get the homeless ad hoc committee going again. We know now sort of a timeline on the jail expansion.
Right.
There's certain things we need to talk about and discuss. I'm not saying there's going to be any action, but discuss. We passed today the final reading of item number 3, and let's put some targets and benchmarks into place on how we're going to be hopefully improving lives of those that are on the street, and some results. So I think there's some bunch of things and direction to come out of what we've talked about today, and that obviously that's how I would frame it.
Right.
Because there's these other areas for improvement. We should be working on efficiencies.
Well, and
and
to your
be
point,
striving
and
for
you
that.
did direct it to me, so I'm going to just
Right.
respond in a bit of a way, is that, again, you heard trust is mentioned.
Yep.
So the libraries are a trustful place where the community goes and family goes. Absolutely, 100%.
Yep.
We know from talking about our homeless presentations in the past, how many times it takes to connect with someone who isn't so trustful of a system before they gain the trust. And that's why, again, the libraries are an excellent place to have these navigators. So I totally get what you're saying. I agree 100%. That's why I'm glad that item number 3, we updated that ordinance so we can increase our security, because it's critical that we are mindful of these conflicts that we're having. 100% on board. So yeah, I agree with you. We're going to continue to be looking at this.
It's work in progress.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to make sure I understand, the item before us was basically a presentation, educate us as to what's going on. The program is funded through June 30th of 2025. And then my question to the CAO is, will this come back to us during budget discussions.
Yep, thank you for that question. And so without explicit direction to bring a discussion back in April regarding the funding for this project, it's an existing program that would continue. So and sounds like there's some differing opinions on it. So staff would appreciate the board directing that if that's what you choose.
Well-
And then go ahead.
No, finish, please. Sorry.
And then just this explicit direction to return to the board with an item to establish a homeless ad hoc committee.
So I'm very supportive of this program, but I think that some good comments have been made. I would not want to make a decision on this program in a bubble. I think that Ms. Horn brought up the fact that this is not required by statute and that it's not funded. And I'm sure that there are other programs that fit in that boat too. So my thought would be that we look at all of them at once and we not isolate any one and try to make one-off decisions without seeing the whole picture.
And we've done that in the past with years ago. Do you remember Supervisor of your camp? We've done that in the past. It's pretty painful.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
But it can be done, and then we'll look at it and go, oh boy.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Right.
big. So, but yeah, I think that's good direction for us to look at it as a whole, because there are a lot of programs that the county does provide that aren't mandated. And our county, we do have a high level of service in El Dorado County. We really do. We serve our constituents very well. And I think that's a good thing. So is that direction you would like CAO to bring back those items in the budget talks?
I would love that direction.
Okay, so what all direction do we have today so far? We've got a lot.
We do have a lot, so.
Ad hoc. And the budget non-mandatory.
So I have that you're directing staff to, one, include a discussion during the budget as to future funding for non-mandated programs, and two, to return to the board to establish a homeless ad hoc committee.
Is that it?
Well, I would like to then as well add in, because I heard it loud and clear, that food is necessary, food is trending up, the need for, and yet we've got duplicative services with plenty of food. So I'm a little confused. So I would like also, maybe it comes from HSSA that, and I'll help take the lead in establishing a food summit or something so we can deliver as much food as possible that we need in a right manner throughout our residents and the need in El Dorado County. And it's probably not going to be easy, but there's various ways food is being distributed out there through various groups. And yet I'm hearing it's trending up, and if it's going to trend up, we better be ready. But I'm hearing there's plenty and it's just duplicative services. So I think we should probably have that discussion as well.
Do we want an ad hoc on that then also? Because I can tell you that I've tried to tackle that a wee bit with HHSA over the years and the food banks. So maybe it's something that we do another ad hoc on.
Sure.
So that's more formalized.
That's fine.
And
Or
so
it could
bring
be a
that back.
discussion that's included in the homeless ad hoc.
We could,
Each
because it's. an
each
element
ad
of
hoc
that.
that
Yeah,
we create
we could-
is
we could
asking
do it
their
there.
staff
Yeah.
support for every
Yeah.
ad hoc.
Okay.
So.
And I just want to make one comment, my newsletter, I post out all the stuff that Mike and all the different areas that distribute food in the county. So, and all the charities, churches and everything else. And it's
Yes.
always on my newsletter. So it's a calendar is what it is. So thanks for Mike for that.
We share that too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So bring it back. You?
Was there any more board
Yep.
discussion? Did everybody get good?
Yeah, I think it's good. Maybe just read it one more time with the addition of Supervisor Beercamp's comments.
Yeah.
Future funding for non-mandated programs, and to establish a homeless ad hoc committee, which would include a discussion as to how food is being distributed within El Dorado County.
Does that work?
I think that works.
Did that work? Did that work?
Mhm.
I see a squishy face here, so I'm like, let's make sure we got it. What
Well,
do-
we kind of clumped the homeless ad hoc committee together with
the food
the
one.
food piece. I thought, aren't those separate?
No, we're
that's I
lumping
heard
them
it as-
together. We were lumping them together.
Because you've got the upper room, I mean,
Okay.
there's duplicative services
Yeah.
and that discussion needs to happen out of that committee. as well.
Together,
Yep.
that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right, so is that a motion?
I'll go ahead and move the motion as presented by
I'll
the
second.
clerk.
Okay. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
And
Motion carries.
Motion
Just-
passes 5-0.
To close it, thank you, everyone. I know this is a lot and it's big, but it's good work and it's critical that we're looking at what we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you for your partnership. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathy. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Break. We have a break.
Bryce?
Yeah,
We have a
can we take a 5-minute break?
Thank
All
you
right.
for that.
Okay, welcome back. So we're gonna go to department matters. So let's see. Want to start with item 18? Is that all right? Okay.
Item number 18 comes from Planning and Building Department, recommending the board provide conceptual approval to amend ordinance 5213 entitled Planning and Building Department Fee Schedule to make minor modification to fees and to remove cemetery division fees.
Chair Turnbull, board members. I am Jennifer Morris, Senior Administrative Analyst with Planning and Building. So we're just here today to get conceptual approval to make some minor modifications since inception of our major fee ordinance update in 2023, just kind of recategorizing and cleaning things up. And then since cemeteries department has been moved from our division to facilities in July, we would like to remove their fees and place them in their own resolution.
Okay.
That's it.
Right. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. So I'll open up the board for discussions.
I think that this is just a conceptual to say, go
Right.
do it.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Yeah.
Go do it.
Go do it.
All right, so I'd like to open this item up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 18, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey, everybody, Linda Campbell, Eldorado Hills. I was looking at this one. From what you just said, it sounds like it's just a go ahead and do it. But I do want to make sure that when there's nothing else on this agenda item. So I guess I want to make sure that when the fees are adjusted, it's going to come back in before the board for approval. That's all to verify. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board.
Did the CIO maybe want to answer that
Yeah, you wanna-
question or somebody?
They
or
will
staff?
return to the board for approval.
Yep.
Okay,
I'll move approval.
Second.
all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No opposed.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Oh, we're back on schedule. No. I'm kidding.
So we go to item 19. Board meetings in Tahoe discussion. There you go. It's
Item- Item number
Oh,
19 comes from clerk of the board and the chief administrative office recommending the board, 1, provide directions to staff to amend the Board of Supervisors 2025 regular meeting calendar, Exhibit A with option 1, option 2, or another alternative, and 2, cancel the special board meeting on April 23rd, 2025. So as you remember, we had a discussion at the end of last year as far as the board meeting calendar, and it was decided to defer the decision on having the South Lake Tahoe meetings to the current board since they would be impacted having 2 new board members.
Right.
So you'll see that option 1 has option 1 has the 2 board meetings in Tahoe. Sorry.
Other way around.
Other way
Yeah,
around.
sorry.
Yeah.
Option 1 has the 1 board meeting up in Tahoe, and option 2 has the 2 board meetings up in Tahoe, or we could come up with an alternative.
All right, so we'll open up the discussion.
Yeah.
for board members. Go ahead.
Can I,
Brooke.
can I kind of kick this off?
Yeah,
please?
please.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I would like to recommend that we hold 2 meetings up in Tahoe, which is about 6% of all of our meetings. We have 33 on the calendar for the Board of Supervisors. And this is intended in an effort to bring the county together, to increase transparency, and hopefully to spark an interest of the affairs of the county and the good work that we all do together on behalf of all of the citizens of the county. I'm in favor of option number 2, but I also know that we are in budget constraints for this coming year. So if Financial implications are a burden. I would support at least one, but not in July. I would say we either pick the May one or we pick the October one. My preference would be to have both. I've worked with the city clerk a little bit last week in trying to understand the costs of going up there. And it's about $800 to move this meeting from here to there. And the majority of that, 75% of that budget is for the video broadcasting and the taping, the actual professional piece that we have to do, which, because we're so fortunate, we have a talented clerk of the board and we have got a great IT department. You know, we run it internally here, but we would pay for outside resources up there. But I do think it's important. It's important to me, but I'm anxious to hear what my colleagues would like to do.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I really appreciate that thought about bringing the county together. And I did have some concerns and I did reach out to you and we talked through it. And I think it's a good idea. My concern when I brought up about the May meeting was that the May 2023, we did have a very important item. It was down here physically, but your constituents were so buried in snow that particular meeting that we postponed the VHR conversation that year. And so that made me think, well, May is a vulnerable weather month is all.
Yeah.
So I get that, but you know, maybe the week before we'll know what the weather is. And if we have to not go up there, perhaps, you know,
If we have to shift, if we
If we have
can
to
do that,
shift.
yeah, that's,
but
weather
yeah.
is a consideration.
October is pretty safe.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that. I like the intent of bringing the county together. We are one big county and we need to all be mindful of each other's. You know, every community has unique needs, every single one, but we need to be thoughtful of them as a county as a whole. So, and also I'm thinking that you do have a particular issue that we probably should have explored at our October meeting last year, was the snow removal issue. And so I'm thinking that perhaps we could have that as a standing issue on the Tahoe specific meetings, because that way the whole board will be there and we can engage with the most impacted community.
Right.
I mean, other communities get snow, don't get me wrong. I know that, Georgetown, I got your back. But the Tahoe Basin is unique with constraints and things. So I think that would be a good thing to have as a standing item, or, you know,
an update.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Okay.
then if we need to take any action or direction, that would be perfect timing. And I didn't know if there's any other issues, but you have time to think on that.
Thank you. Okay.
So, yeah,
I'll think
so
on
that's
that.
option 2, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'll support that one if there aren't other
So just,
concerns.
so I'm looking, I have 2A, 2B. So 2 meetings up there, that's the 2B model, right?
Correct.
Okay,
2B.
all right.
Okay with it?
Yeah, actually am. And I don't know if this is the right place to bring up something else, but maybe Lori or Supervisor Parlin mentioned, or Supervisor Lane, sorry, mentioned that we have 33 meetings on the schedule. And is there an appetite to maybe reduce those to, a handful of months where we have 2 meetings as opposed to 3? And I look at our surrounding counties and everybody does too. And I wonder why we do 3. I think we could probably, if we originally, I was thinking eliminate six a year. The meetings will go a little bit longer, but I think we could be efficient. And I've seen the prior board, when the agenda is packed, you're very efficient and you get the day done. It's not going to reduce the amount of agenda items. It's not going to reduce the amount of public comment. Would just squeeze more into less meetings. So I don't know, like I said, I don't know if this is the time to bring that up, but I thought about it for a while.
Yeah, it's timely to bring it up, but it's not an item before us. It's not something we could take action
Right.
on or have really a conversation on.
All right.
Really what's before us is the option A or B, which is 1 meeting in Tahoe or 2.
Can I make a suggestion on that?
Sure.
Thought? Is maybe after you've been on the board for a year and see how our agenda impacts the business of the county and our departments trying to get agendas on, or items on an agenda, how challenging it can be. Some items are timely. And quite honestly, I don't enjoy those days where we're rushed and long. They're exhausting and I don't know if we're at our best. So,
Well, and getting home at 9 o'clock at night is not fun.
yeah, so
she's got
I'm
one
just
right.
thinking that we've already set it for this year. And it would probably be appropriate for you to, live a year of this and get a pulse of the county and how our business fluctuates. We do have some big 2-week breaks in there, which kind of coincide with our school breaks, I think, and holidays, to make it so that our families, our employee families can take vacations too. So that's my recommendation for now.
Anything else?
No,
Well-
I'm fine with the Tahoe meetings. On the other issue, I lived it for 8 years, and I think we can be more efficient and more effective, whether it's immediately taking it up now or we'll talk about it when we do a governance training or discussions in April, and just trying to look at our yearly schedule and truly what makes agenda items and what doesn't. So I think a discussion should be real and it should come properly agendized. But I think is some opportunity that maybe we can streamline some of these things.
Yeah.
Because sometimes items are emotional, and to me, we should be doing the business of the county. And other ones could be days of workshops, because some items deserve a workshop. And it's a chance for us to really interact more with the public also, rather than try to do limited 3-minute time periods. So just some thoughts. We did that before. We cut the calendar down when we could, and it
Didn't go well.
wow. That's your opinion, Lori. I've got mine, and again,
know.
years of it, I understand.
I was there.
Lived it also.
Yeah, I
you were there
remember
for some of it.
I remember when we did try 2 and we went back to 3 because it wasn't.
Yeah.
efficient. So
It all
anyway, that's
depends
a
on what the agenda
future
items are as
discussion
well.
that we
Yep.
can have later. So
Okay.
anyway,
I have a question. On the staff report, it says the proposed calendar adjusts for the annual CSAC meeting and cap to cap. But it says the CSAC meeting is traditionally December 1st through the 5th, but there's a board meeting scheduled for the 2nd on both of these options. Did I
Yes.
misunderstand?
No, you did not. We did take into account when CSAC was going to occur. The thought process would be that it would be up to that board member that was going to CSAC, how they would arrange it, their transportation around the meeting. That
Okay.
as a board, we were not going to change our meeting schedule to accommodate the CSAC meeting.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And then finally, it talks about the discretionary TOT. Thank you. Always happens. The discretionary TOT meeting would be on April 23rd, but I think we moved it to the 22nd.
That's part of this item, is it not?
Part
Yeah.
where we're
second part of the
canceling
item.
the
Yeah,
meeting on
we
the
haven't moved it
23rd.
yet, but that's part of this item, is to make that.
Yeah, item.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, item
Sorry.
2 of this.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then since it sounds like we're leaning to option 1 with the 1 meeting, are you interested in, just so if the public is going to comment, on having it as the May 13th or the September 30th?
No, we're leaning towards
We're leaning
option
towards
We're leaning
option
towards 2.
Oh, to have the 2 meetings?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know where I was.
CAO, with that option though, how about staff's ability to make everything and cost, and could they Zoom? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it would be
Trying to keep
wonderful
the
to hear the
costs the best we
board's
can.
concurrence that they're, fine with staff maximizing the use of Zoom to minimize the amount of staff time. That costs money too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
So bring it back to the board for a motion or
You want public
public
input?
comment, please. Open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, not taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close the public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move option 2 with the direction to staff on Zoom for staff availability. And then obviously it includes item number 2 in moving the special board meeting and holding it on the 22nd.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so now let's move to item 21, CO Fair Ad Hoc appointment.
I'll go ahead and read it. Item number 21 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board recreate and appoint 2 members to a fair ad hoc committee.
This is staff just following board direction to bring an item back
Oh,
to
that's right.
establish the fair ad hoc. So
Right.
it's your discussion.
So if I could, we had the Fair Association gave their annual report at our last meeting, I think it
Right.
was. And I had a lot of questions about the association and the relationship with the county as a whole. I've been on the prior fair ad hoc with Supervisor Turnbull and also with Supervisor Veerkamp when we updated our agreement with the Fair Association. And I'm the one that mentioned it at the meeting when we were getting our update. So I really would like to be on that ad hoc to explore the questions that keep coming up and I don't feel like we're getting answers to. And we've mentioned it too. I remember there was another update. I can't remember what it was with the Fair Association, but we had some really good ideas on the board, but I don't think they got conveyed very well to the association. So to increase that relationship, I think is really meaningful. And I would like to be on that ad hoc.
Yeah, one of the things, I was on that committee and it actually worked very, very well, especially in some of the questions we asked, but it's in your, Brian, it's in your
Yeah,
district,
I
so.
would certainly be interested as well to be on it.
Okay. I think, anything, Greg?
No, I don't have any.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion. We appoint,
We have to,
well, okay, we can open it up to public comment then. All right, let's do that. Open it up to public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. So I'll make a motion that we appoint Lori and Arlen and Brian Veerkamp to the ad hoc committee.
I would second that, but I would also like some discussion.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy to second that. So, Mr. Chair, under discussion, my only question is ad hocs are usually put together for, they're supposed to be a short period of time and they're supposed to have a pretty well-defined purpose. And I'm wondering, I heard a lot in your comments. I share them. That's why I seconded the motion. So but should we be very clear on what we're asking this ad hoc committee to do with regards to the fairgrounds?
What did it say in our,
It doesn't say. It says staff is requesting that the board appoint 2 members to the
Create
fair.
Nothing.
And it doesn't say for what purpose, and that was my question on this item.
Purpose and duration is typically an ad hoc.
I thought when we had that conversation at our last board meeting, it was something about, we wanted to look at ways to improve our relationship with the Fair Association was my recollection. How we go about that, I don't know, but I mean, that's kind of,
yeah,
those questions that keep recurring. I think if we get some clarity on some of those questions, it will improve the relationship is my thinking. So do we need more of a scope than that?
Yeah, well, one of the things that we did also talk about new ideas of what they could bring also,
Right.
events to bring to the fair, because it is, we're serving the people is what we need.
So county council, do we need more of a scope than relationship building? Given
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Supervisor Lane for raising the concern, because I think that is, as you're forming ad hocs, I think it is important that you provide a defined scope as to what you're expecting, because both the scope and the duration are kind of the key hallmarks in determining whether it can be an ad hoc as allowed or a standing committee that would be subject to Brown Act rules. So I think if again, if there is some level of scope defined, if it is, improving the relationship between the county and the fair, I think that's fair, so long as it has kind of a defined endpoint. I mean, duration might be kind of the more important criteria that we're going to end up looking at in this case. So perhaps if I might suggest, the direction to form the ad hoc could include specific direction to return in a year, to consider, disbanding the
Yeah.
ad hoc.
I think that's totally appropriate, a year. Does that help Supervisor Lane? And
That's great.
Relationship,
thank
new
you.
ideas, December
Right.
31st.
Right, so I've got a motion and a second, but is anybody else would like to serve on that or not? No? So, all right, so I'll bring it back, we got a motion, we got a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
You have opposed?
Motion
Oh.
passes 5-0.
Right. Good. So I'm gonna reach out to the CEO. Do we have time to look at closed session items? Do we have enough time?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you wanted to go ahead and take public comment, I believe we
Yeah.
can fit one in before lunch.
All right, so I'll open this up. Public comment for
We'll
closed
just
items.
read this.
Now taking public comment on closed session items, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. And there's no public comment.
All right,
Say we will now recess.
we'll now recess to closed session to hear items 25 through 27 as specified on the agenda. Attention, everyone. County Council, any report on closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board heard item number 26 in closed session, and there is no action to report out.
Right. Before we get started on open forum, I just want to ask everybody to be respectful on the questions that you ask in front of us. Just show respect. That's all I'm asking. So what's going to happen is we're going to let everybody speak for 1 hour till 2 o'clock. And if open forum goes past that, we have some items that we have to get done today, business that we have to get done. And after that, we'll come back to open forum. So everybody has a chance to speak today. Okay. All right. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, the board supervisors now going to resume to regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is time to public comment on any item that is not on our agenda today. Kim, we can open up public comment.
Of course, not taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Nope, green. And now it's on.
It's on.
It's on,
Okay,
good. I
yeah.
didn't know I didn't have to push the button. Last time I didn't push the button. Linda Colombo, I'm resident of District 2. And I started last time we were here with reading from Paradise, having to do with the campfire. Goodness, there's a lot of people here. So because it's a big thing, I want to also bring up, there's a movie that's on Paramount Plus that's called Bring Your Own Brigade. I would advise everyone in the county to read it because it's amazing and it shows the embers and the driving through the embers, and it's really good. And I know some of the members of the board have bought the book and are haven't started reading it yet. We left off last time with the Oakland-Berkeley fire of 1991. Had also burned in 1923, 1970, 1980. But the residents were quick to forget the past, and amnesia was part of California's identity. More and more homes became kindling, and it's because of ember-driven fires. The greatest fear is fire on the ridge, told a woman reporter to the group. There's no way out, you're trapped. That same year, 2009, town council was determined to heed hard-learned lessons, and it carved out Paradise and Magalia into 14 zones and created a staggered evacuation plan to prevent gridlock. And I think we have something like that here. It contracted with Code Red to issue warnings to cell phones and landlines, and I think we had Code Red as well. That same year, a local civil grand jury issued a report cautioning against further population growth until Paradise did more to change its challenges. In 2014, the Paradise town manager and the town council decided to explore the idea of narrowing a portion of the major highway out called the Skyway. It had been widened to 4 lanes. In 2014, 13 people had been injured in the crashes on the corridor. The goal then was to lessen the expressway feel of the stretch and reduce pedestrian accidents by means of a road diet. This town manager, she liked the idea that it would create additional street parking, hopefully drawing business to the shopping district. So one of the members of the community issued a statement saying, imagine if there were a fire, the traffic coming down the Skyway, which was 4 and is now 2. If the council is searching for a way to diminish the population of Paradise, this would be the way to do it. The proposal passed unanimously anyway to reduce the width of the road. In 2014, the road crews slashed the highway from 4 to 2 lanes. The travel lanes became turn lanes. There were 6 concrete curbs. My goodness, that went fast.
I know.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
get to half the pages.
Well, you can come back next week. And
I'm
talk more
coming
about
back
it.
every week until I've got it through to you
Right.
guys because this is so important. Thank
Right.
you so very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks, Linda.
And I've already said-
Good afternoon, board. My name is Eileen Flackard, and I am a 23-year county employee here with the Emergency Medical Services Agency. I wanted to talk to you today about fair and equal compensation. In the 23 years that I've been here with the county, I've seen a lot of change. In my department right now, myself and one other employee have been there almost 20 plus years. The rest of our staff has been there under 4. We have a high turnover in the county because of compensation and wages. I want to address the COVID situation. During COVID, everybody in my office came to work. We were there every single day. We didn't receive any additional compensation, and we worked through it. The homeless issue is also a problem with us, our location over across the street behind the library. We have problems weekly, and I'm not kidding, weekly, with individuals that are over there sleeping in our loading dock. They defecate on the sidewalk. They threaten and really intimidate the staff. And it's difficult for women coming in at 7:30 in the morning to have to step over 3 or 4 individuals trying to get into the office. The other issue I wanted to bring up is the Caldor fire. Our staff was deployed during Caldor to work in the shelters. I personally worked 16-hour days, 21 days straight, running the large animal shelter at Surreal Vineyards. I want you to understand you have to value your employees. We live here and we deserve to be fairly compensated. We give it 110% every single day at work. And everybody behind me in this room, I can say the same thing for them. They're here giving you their all, and they should be fairly compensated for what it is that they do. The only other thing else I wanted to ask was for you to understand that there's compassion in these employees. We stay, we give it our all. We're doing everything we can, and we really want you to hear us and be fair about compensation. I don't want to see more staff leave to go to Sacramento or Placer County. And with that, I thank you for giving us the time and to hear everybody out, but please give it some serious thought because we really want to be here and stay here and not have to leave to go someplace else. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me cut in front of you. I have never spoken to the board so much before, but lots of changes, different times that we're in. So I'm going to read my comments here for transparency purposes. I'm here in front of you today to represent my staff and the public I serve. Thank you, George, for the clarification this morning regarding the incident that happened at the library. I'm here to talk about the incident that happened in the early hours of Thursday morning at the library and give additional details. I'd like you to know that there was a dangerous perpetrator roaming around the library, Building A and Building B from 3:30 in the morning till about 10 a.m. This person was seen by law enforcement leaving the government center and walking down Fair Lane approximately around 10 a.m. Law enforcement realized that that's who they were searching for and located and contacted the individual in and out at 10:45 a.m. I'd like to make you aware that department heads were unaware of this situation until 1:45 p.m. That when it all came out on an EDC all email, department heads were not aware of this situation that had happened. I'd like to make the comment that that we have staff that starts to arrive at the building at 6:30 a.m. in Building B. I'm not sure for any of the other buildings, but this perpetrator could have possibly been in our stairwells, in our bathroom, a parking lot where we have staff and the public coming in. Later, I found out that this individual who was arrested, he also had a previous record for assault with a deadly weapon. What could we have done better? I feel that each department head should have been notified right away. I feel that we should have been on lockdown for safety for our staff and the public until this person was apprehended or located. I feel that we need to have protocols in place to make sure that we are always maintaining safety for our public. The reason why I bring this up is because I found out after this happened that my own 17-year-old daughter was just in that same bench where that person was stabbed the week prior, meeting a friend for a birthday. This could have happened to any one of our public friends, family, and we need to make sure that we make the decisions to keep our public safe. Thank you for your time and thank you for hearing my comments.
Yeah, thank you, Janelle.
Thank you, honorable supervisors. My name is Shannon Starr. I'm the OE3 business agent that represents employees in this county. Many of them you see behind me. I'd like to start off with a quote that was from the CAO in the current budget. This county has enjoyed a decade of financial growth, which facilitated the support of many of our external county partners. El Dorado County has been known as a training ground for years, with large turnover and a large amount of money being spent to onboard all the new hires. Those new hires get their 1-year experience and then they go to higher paying jobs as a lateral. My question, why wasn't that financial growth used to finally make the county competitive instead of going to outside partners? Constant turnover reduces services to the citizens you represent. Time spent training and knowledge lost when employees leave are detrimental to the county and to the citizens. I recently attended the meeting in Tahoe where citizens were told the county DOT didn't have the staff for nighttime snow removal because other agencies pay better. When they did bring up staff from Placerville, the night crew had 2 employees and a supervisor for every county maintained road in the Tahoe Basin. On top of that, Sheriff Dispatch can't recruit experienced 911 dispatchers. For over 4 years now, deputies have worked full-time in dispatch. That's 1 deputy every shift that is not out in the field responding to citizens. I spoke to the board here in 2021. At that time, I was an employee of this county. And as I pointed out then, until the county has experienced dispatchers to staff answering 911, deputies are needed in dispatch. If someone calls 911, someone has to be there to answer that call. This county has $158.4 million set aside in contingencies, and the county continues to create other funds by board policy for just in case reasons. While it's great that you want to avoid any future issues, you have an issue now that you need to address. If this board reduced the required contingency percentage by 1%, just 1% would be over $17 million a year. You could create a board policy that sets that 1% aside to guarantee raises, which would more than make the county competitive on salaries and make the county stop being a training ground. It's time the county stepped up and took care of its employees. That 1% of the budget set aside each year for only salaries would not only provide competitive wages for my unit, but for all employees in bargaining units across the county and provide for future increases as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Dustin Kyles here, Senior. I'm a highway maintenance supervisor here at El Dorado County. I think you're going to hear the same theme coming across your table here today. We're here today to convey a message to the Board of Supervisors that there is a compensation discrepancy within the department. When I started here in the late 1990s, I worked with men from the 60s, 70s, and 80s that worked here. I gleaned from their wisdom, their knowledge, their experience on how to operate equipment and how to perform a skilled work. The combined crews at that time, I did a little math the other day, probably just my crew and maybe one other, there's almost 200 years of experience combined on those crews. 3 years is considered a rookie year at the department. It takes that long to experience what we do here. The next 3 years is just performing those duties. I'm a foreman of a 9-man crew. The combined knowledge of this crew is 65 years. 45 years is 2 of us. The department is a revolving door. The other crews have similar stories. The picture here is that we used to have a longevity and that we were rewarded for that longevity. Now we can't keep people long enough to even give them the knowledge. On my crew alone, I've lost 4 individuals in last year, 2024. We train them and they go to other agencies. When I started, I had a compensation package of $10 an hour, 3 steps of longevity that I started on, and I had the county health insurance, not OE3s, the counties, $5 a paycheck. My wife and I are a single income family. We purchased a home, had 4 children. The county gave us the opportunity to have a career, buy that home and raise that family. 25 years later, a career here is now just a job. If you're taking the county's health insurance, you're crazy. No one gets longevity. The pay scale is not even close to the cost of living. Nobody's buying a home here and working here, especially if it's your only income. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to give you some ideas, some truth and facts, and I'd like to present them. With the rising healthcare costs, has the board considered other ways to compensate? A simple COLA would probably go a long way to help keep up. There's been no consistent compensation over the years. The lack of consistency and compensation is unstable and balanced. The result is the taxpayer isn't getting what they're being taxed for, and the employee is not building knowledge, skills, and experience. My number is 530-363-4991. You got my number. Give me a call. I'm willing to participate and to help make this a career again. I appreciate it, and call me. I want to help.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Keith Baker, Traffic Maintenance Supervisor. I've been at the county over 17 years now and doesn't hit a lot of it. I don't want to be repetitive here. A while back, we had longevity. After 10 years, you get a percentage, 15 years percentage, 20 years you get a percentage. A while back, they got rid of that while having an issue retaining employees. And back then they spoke of, we'll get you to median. They compare us to 5 other agencies: Amador County, Yolo, Sacramento, Placer, and Napa. Those are the agencies that compare us to that get us to median. That was the way to get rid of the longevity. Well, a simple salary comparison, this is devastating. Amador County makes $3.65 more than your maintenance supervisor. Yolo County makes $3.30 more an hour than your maintenance supervisor. Napa makes $12.17 more an hour than your maintenance supervisor. Sacramento is $9.84 more an hour than your maintenance supervisor. And finally, Placer is $7.76 more. Placer would be your median. So for your supervisors to be median of your comparison, that would be the increase, which is 19.8%, which gives us the median. And a while back, we got longevity and we were trying to get us all the median. We're far from it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board, County Council, CAO's office. Thank you. My name is Shannon Gardner. I'm one of your building inspectors. I came here also to speak in regards to the county employee salary negotiations. Sorry, I got to get my glasses out. I have one of the best jobs available in this county, but with the huge increases in the cost of living over the past few years, life has changed. Between groceries, fuel, utilities, and insurance, it has become harder and harder to make ends meet. And here I am with a house and property that's paid off and no kids at home. Just imagine how hard it is for a young family. We can ask our most recently hired inspector, a local county resident. We hired him out of the construction trades, and he was one of the best new hires we've had in a long time. But with a mortgage and kids in school, within just a few short months, he realized he couldn't make ends meet. And he told us so as he handed over his resignation letter and went back to work in the construction trades outside of the county. So this isn't about just me and my personal finances. It's much bigger than that. This is about the long-term sustainability and economic health of our county. This is about people's ability to be engaged members of our local communities and to support local businesses. This is about people's ability to complete important work like fuel reduction and home hardening to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. This is about public safety and the bare essentials. So in these salary negotiations and decisions, I implore you to consider the realities of the big picture. I implore you to be part of the reason that hardworking families choose to stay in El Dorado County, not part of the reason that they choose to leave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Also, thank you for hearing us. We're here, a lot of us. I'm hearing a lot from a whole lot of people that we're losing people here in El Dorado County. because they're going somewhere else for better wages. Well, we'd like to keep people here. This is where I live. I want everybody to stay here. I am a UDW member. I've been a caretaker since 1969. Long time. I've been here in El Dorado County for about 17 years, right here in the Placerville area. Anyway, we're looking for better wages. We want to bring people here. We want our packages to look better, to bring people here to want to come here, to take care of our elderly, to take care of people that just maybe they had to have surgery. Like my youngest daughter she's an adult. However, she had to have surgery. So then I'm taking care of her too. So we're looking for better wages within IHSS. Our wages are low. We want to be competitive. We want to be respected. We want to feel good about how much we're being paid, so we can feel that just feel good that we're here. I should face this right. Anyway, I appreciate all of you. I am asking you to listen and to hear us. We have different stories here of why we're helping, why we're doing it. It's wonderful to get a smile from someone that they appreciate us, but we can feel appreciated even more if our wages can go up, and they really are low to take care of people. Sometimes it gets so hard. And I got a call the other day for respite care. In other words, someone calls and says, I'm burnt out. I'm just tired. Is there anybody that can you come, or can you send somebody? Well, you're hearing the heart of people needing help. Now I'm talking about El Dorado County here. So what we're looking for is for you to stand with us when it comes time to listen and hear us pleading and asking for our wages to go up. Thank you for this.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name's James Sizemore, born and raised here in El Dorado County, and I work for El Dorado County DOT. Safety, 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 essential, essential, essential. Those are the words we should be hearing all the time, not just during extreme weather, disasters, or pandemic. I think we're essential every day of the year. We have been safe. We've been here to save lives and our community in different situations. Safety, a state in which hazards and conditions leading to physical, psychological, or material harm are controlled in order to preserve the health and well-being of individuals and the community. Essential, extremely important, or absolutely necessary to a particular subject, situation, activity, or county. We all know what we signed up for. There's no doubt about that. I also would like to bring up the title of first responders. They typically include 6: law enforcement, fire, EMT, paramedics, search and rescue, technical heavy rescue, public works employees, such as heavy equipment operators. I personally, with help from other DOT employees, have helped EMS, search and rescue, CHP, SO, and PG&E with DOT equipment to get our community out of harm's way. The point I'm trying to get across is our duties are essential than some people give us credit for. For example, who does dispatch call day or night, 365 days a year? Not the Ghostbusters, they call DOT. And it's usually in extreme weather. It could be rain, wind, snow, extreme cold, or hot. Mother Nature doesn't care. We still respond. While this is happening, most families are safe at home in a controlled environment. Our jobs are to make El Dorado County roads safe and drivable for our community. All we're asking for is a simple raise in pay. Thank you, 20-year veteran, El Dorado County DOT.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jen Romaldi, and I serve as president of the El Dorado County Employees Association Local 1. I'm also an employee at DOT. Local 1 represents about 1,000 county employees. Together with our OE3 counterparts, these are the workers who handle the majority of day-to-day operations, interact with the public, and carry out the board's priorities. Without them, this county could not function. Among these employees, I want to highlight the sheriff's security officers, the very people you depend on to keep your buildings, employees, and the public safe. When we started negotiations 18 months ago, these employees were paid 36% below the comparator median. Their uniform allowance doesn't even cover the required uniforms that they need to do their job. They are paying out of pocket for this. Worse still, they've been denied legal protections to which they're entitled. All of this for the employees who stand at the front lines in emergencies. Speaking of emergencies, it's your responsibility to keep employees safe. And you failed last week. I received numerous calls and emails from scared employees who felt frightened and abandoned because they were not informed of a manhunt for a violent criminal taking place around their workplace. Even if a full lockdown wasn't warranted, you owed them at least a notice so that they could choose to stay indoors and keep themselves safe. This is not the first safety concern at county facilities, but it is getting worse. At what point do you start prioritizing the people that work here every day? It's also troubling that this board, HR, CAO seems so out of touch with the workforce. Employees see the decisions you make in the various groups that receive your support. We don't want token gestures. We want livable wages and real safety measures. Currently, pay is far below comparator levels, and many feel unvalued or worse, expendable. We're calling on you to do what's right. Prioritize the people who make this county function. Bring wages into line with the realities of living and working in this community. Because without these dedicated workers, county functions will come to a halt. This board must step up, fulfill its obligations, and protect the very people who keep El Dorado County running. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak here today. My name's Tim Neep. I'm the Director of the Public Employees for the Operating Engineers Local 3. And I just come out here to talk about our MOU that is 7 months past due. So, and as a union representative of more than 170 folks in this public employee works for El Dorado County, the first goal for me is to negotiate a contract for these employees that is on, in line with the compensation of the counties that are around us. The units we represent work within the Sheriff's Department, the 911 dispatchers, code enforcement, animal control, groundskeepers, and Department of Transportation. These units are responsible for highway maintenance, snow plowing. These workers have been without a contract for 7 months. The Operating Engineers Local 3 filed charges with the Public Employee Relation Board, PERB, regarding the county's consistent postponement of bargaining and other alleged unfair practices. And when they call us on the 11th hour on the same day, they call us to cancel bargaining, and we ask them why. And they say because they simply don't have anything for us. So it's been wasting all of our time, our members, and such. But perhaps more important is the safety aspect of the retention. Since January 1st of 2024, 35 employees from the bargaining units that we represent left in El Dorado County because of poor compensation. They've left this job, poor compensation, and a lack of a contract to see if there's a future of actually getting raises. 22 of these employees work for the Department of Transportation. That means the basic community services, plowing snow, answering 911 emergency calls, have suffered. As it is now, Sheriff's Department is filling in for 911 dispatchers. This means there are a total of 4 deputies per week who are absent from performing their normal patrol duties. staff in 911 dispatch units are so underpaid and short-staffed that only 30 to 40% of the new hires actually make it through their training and probation. Again, just lack of people showing them how to do the job. County lacks in regards of these workers and their delay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Belinda Wells, and I am a resident of Camino, California. I've been here for about 8 years, and I'm retired from the state of California, and I took on an opportunity to work as an IHSS person, and I did that as to help out a member in my church. And so she ended up leaving, and I decided that I wanted to continue with it. Wasn't something that I had to do, but I wanted to help out in the community, and I ended up getting myself on the list for providers as a backup provider because I wanted to give people relief, and also as an emergency provider. And what ended up happening is I was inundated with calls. And so something that I'd only planned to do for 1 year, now I've been doing it for 5 years. And this is one of the reasons why I'm still continuing, is because I wanted to fight for the caregivers. Now, working for the state, I had great benefits. I was a project manager, made great money. And so seeing and doing the actual work and working for several different types of clients, clients with MS who could only move her right arm and her head. So you know what that means. And then other clients that I have right now are mental health clients. And so I'm very busy, and it wasn't the plan, but there's such a need in El Dorado County for caregiving. And as you guys know, we have a larger elder community in El Dorado County. And so I also serve on the board for Northern California for our union. And this is, again, one of the main reasons I'm here is to fight for the benefits. And you may or may not know, but the caregivers, we only get 5 days of sick leave and no vacation pay. So we have no health insurance. We're going to be fighting for some more benefits. And so you're going to be hearing from us. And of course, the other members were back here earlier, but I just wanted to emphasize the need for additional benefits that are needed, because again, being on the side where I have my benefits from being retired, I really see the need for us as caregivers and to represent them and to have that dignity and to have a place where you can say, okay, you know what, I can take a day of vacation and get paid for it. I mean, I just thought, wow, I couldn't believe it when I actually got on board and found out that there was not even 1 day of paid vacation leave. So I'm just asking you guys to take those things in consideration, because one day all of us are going to be probably in that place of needing care. And so just be considerate of that when we do our negotiations here in the near future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, folks. My name is Helen Keith. I am the vice president of Local 1, and I am an office assistant. I work in the Department of Agriculture. I just wanted to share one more thing with you folks. Local 1 employees have been without raises since January of 2023. So it's been quite a while for us. And the exception to that is there are several classifications that received raises at the start of 2025 to bring them up to the new minimum wage. So that would be food services aides, IT technician trainees, meal site coordinators, mental health aides, program aides, and office assistants like me. I say raises, but it's only about 30 cents an hour. So it really doesn't go very far. And I think it really says something about how far behind we have fallen as county employees that we are having to bring people up to minimum wage. We're supposed to have pay that's above minimum wage. We're supposed to be negotiating these contracts that have fair wages, have good benefits. And for us to be falling so far behind that we're now at minimum wage for several classifications of our employees, I think I just want you to sit with that and think about that. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joe Harn, currently in Building B.
we kind of have a handshake agreement with the voters in El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Georgetown, and South Lake Tahoe regarding the libraries. Because they voted to increase their property tax bills so they'd have great library or good library services. I'm not sure they would have voted for those tax increases if they knew there was going to be a community hub in their library. It's at least at the Placerville Library. Honestly, I haven't been in the Cameron Park or El Dorado Hills Library lately, but things have changed. So I'm worried and concerned that we're breaking our handshake agreement with these communities. The other thing I'd like to mention briefly is 10 years ago, if you're working up here in if you're working up here in the main county campus, we were like working in a picnic ground. It was the most beautiful, safest place to work. I've been to a lot of different county government centers. This was a great, safe place to work. And the society's changed, but even more importantly, last time we talked, the prior board made a decision that changed the neighborhood. So, I mean, some of these people back here, when they were working in a picnic ground, they could tolerate being underpaid a little bit better, but we're not working in a picnic ground anymore. It's changed because of a decision the board made.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up, Matt.
You can tell I'm known here. I didn't know open forum was going to be taken over by the employees today. I'm sorry to take their time. But those who know me know I'm from Grizzly Flats. If I look like a homeless bum from out there, it's because I am. I'm living in an RV still. And I'm one of the rabble rousers that tried to sue the Forest Service and various other things. We got nowhere. But we are not giving up. I'm letting people know it's been 3 years, 5 months plus, but we have nowhere to go. You're not getting rid of us. And the latest thing I am doing, a petition. It's geared to the people of Grizzly Flats, but I'm taking advantage of this way to help publicize what we're doing. If I may, I've made the write-up very short because it's geared to people who already know the story of the Caldor fire. It says, since the U.S. Forest Service failed in its responsibility to maintain the El Dorado National Forest, thus creating an extremely dangerous situation that had catastrophic results. And since the U.S. Forest Service failed to defend the town of Grizzly Flats from the 2021 Caldor fire, we petition President Trump and his administration to, and these are the things we are asking for from President Trump, because President Biden did nothing for us. He came, promised he would, and did nothing. Okay, we are asking for, and this is pie in the sky, I know that, commission to a comprehensive and thorough external investigation by external investigators of how the U.S. Forest Service managed Caldor fire response for the first 3 days after the fire started. That's from August 14th to August 17th, 2021. Number 2, nullify the sovereign immunity that protects the U.S. Forest Service from any lawsuits regarding the Caldor fire. And number 3, which came from a friend of ours who is a retired firefighter, install a new chief of the U.S. Forest Service who will be honest and forthcoming about their handling of these matters. So I'm just serving notice that we're not going away. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to be gathering signatures. It only started today, so don't worry if you haven't heard about it yet. I signed it this morning. That's the first signature on it.
Okay,
So
thanks, Mac.
you got time.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Bettini. I work for El Dorado County for 11 years now for Facilities Department, grounds specifically. You've heard here today about our wages. You've heard about safety. When I started 11 years ago in grounds, there was more of a connection between the board and its workers. Brian used to come up every morning and tell us thank you for doing your job. We used to chit chat. The board used to come down to the facilities office and take tours and meet us, meet your workers. I know they used to do the same thing for DOT. As you can see here, we are strong. We want to be strong. We want to be El Dorado County workers. We love it here. I was born and raised here, went to high school here, raised my son here. My son now goes to college in another state. Because at the time, my wife and I decided that we could afford to get him to go to another state and pay out of state and all that stuff. And now, a year and a half later, we're making the decision to maybe have to tell him, look, we can't afford to pay for your college. We're going to have to bring you back and you're going to have to go to a JC here, you know, and then transfer over maybe to Sac State for engineering. You know, I just wanted to, after hearing everybody here and you've heard the stories, and the pay is just not worth it here in El Dorado County. Like I said, born and raised here, went to high school here, played football, played rugby. I'm an El Dorado County guy. My roots are here, and I'm really considering, you know, going to another county, and I really don't want to because it's, you know, you have to add up all the costs and everything. And El Dorado County is where it's at. And if you guys just don't hear us and just don't support us, we're gonna go. You know, you're gonna lose your county employees. You're gonna lose that connection that we all had. As far as safety, us in facilities, particularly grounds and buildings, we're here at 6 a.m. We're here cleaning up the feces. We're here cleaning up the urine so that you guys can come into a building where you don't have to step over this stuff. Unfortunately, I was assigned because we are low staff. The library is my property. That's my baby. And I was assigned somewhere else that day last week. So otherwise I would have found it. I would have had to take care of it, and I would have, because it's my job and I love my job. It's getting very hard to work here. So thank you for listening to us, and please consider your people. We're your people. We voted for you guys. Just please consider us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Frank, and I have had kind of a long-standing relationship with IHSS. I have a son that was diagnosed with autism, and IHSS made it so that I could stay home with my son and get him the services that he needed, which were many and different things that he needed. Today, my son is 20 years old, and he just moved into his own apartment. And with some support with family checking in and helping him, he is able to live on his own. Had I not been able to give the time and attention to my son because of the IHSS program, I really don't think that that would be possible. And my family will forever be grateful for that. I worked in the medical profession. I was a physician's assistant, and a cousin, it came to the point, we thought she had Alzheimer's. It came to the point that she could no longer live on her own. And my children and I made the decision that I would quit my job and that I would take care of her. We found out later that she had Lewy body dementia. In the beginning, my friends and family were able to help out with her, but it came to a point when she no longer had control of her bowels that it wasn't appropriate for my sons to be able to watch her for very long, because them changing a diaper for her would not have been an appropriate thing. I sought out to hire IHSS workers so that it would not be just me, and no one would work for what they're paid for IHSS and have to change a diaper. I don't blame them. Her behavior became increasingly difficult. She hardly slept. She became aggressive, and it was just me. I had to take her with me to my father's funeral, where when we walked in, she exclaimingly said, "Are we at the movies? This is going to be fun." I had to take her with me to move my daughter into her dorm. I started becoming very, very ill. Many caregivers die before the ones they're caring for, and I had no help. Eventually, I contacted Adult Protective Services because I could not keep her safe because she was eating her own feces, and I couldn't even take a shower and have her be safe. We need help. There's people in this county that need help and they're not getting it because of the pay structure and lack of benefits.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak? Let's go on to Zoom.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Kelly N.
Oh, good afternoon. Wow, yeah, this is kind of a hard transition to go with. So maybe I'm going to save what I was going to talk about. Thank you, Supervisor Ferrero, for having the conversation with me about an issue that is growing impact that I think is drastically important when we are considering the thousands and thousands of potential housing developments and all of that in El Dorado County. Being a company that is a public works company, first of all, I would invite any of y'all that are not making good wages, give me a call because I pay prevailing wage and my counterpoints do too. I can tell you in the construction trades, especially if you'd like to become an electrician or a plumber, you're going to make really good money and you're also going to become paid with your apprenticeship. So be sure to check out your local unions and look into the trades. Caltrans, all those places pay really, really well. As for why we can't compete in a market where it appalls me to think we have anybody making minimum wage, though minimum wage, I have my thoughts about that. Coming up, paying attention, folks, is really an analysis. We need a DOGE, a Department of Government Efficiency, and we really do need to look at how are we spending our money? What percentage are we allocating into special needs programs? Because the reality is I felt so much for this mom and the services and the things we have. We have an epidemic of children, 1 in 5 people that are now reporting issues of autism, special needs, accommodations in public schools, caretakers, special bus services. I have my theories. You might have yours on why we are seeing such explosions, but it is really going to have to take a step to saying at what point in, years and years ago when we were talking about potentially 1 in 100 children having things like autism and being on different spectrums, Asperger's and all the diagnoses along with the, Down syndrome and things, we're going to have to really look at where our responsibility lies. Because again, we're a county of what, 200,000 or less citizens, and we're still not operating $1 billion budget. And yes, whoever mentioned about the grants, stop relying on grants. They're going away. And eventually we're going to have to figure out how to finance our own and, or lose programs. So I don't know. Keep your people employed, keep them well paid. And for goodness sakes, look at their benefit packages. Thanks.
Thanks, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood here, District 5, 3, and 2, if you will. Anyway, I was going to talk about I will. Holocaust Remembrance Day was yesterday. Never forget. Never forget. Saw some stirring specials, particularly KCRA. Always remember your name, because they were reduced to numbers. And my father, when he rolled into Germany in 1945 in April, he was a captain. He was sent to Dachau to be a witness because General Eisenhower said, people will say in the future that this never happened. Imagine that. It has happened. Anyway, I've also noted that President Trump has promised aid to the people down south. I really had to chuckle when that came on. We'll see how that works out, and we'll see how Supervisor Turnbow's letter to President Trump works out. Water is in, and fire supply water, if you will, is in the news. Imagine that once again. Perhaps it's time for EID to encourage to test their systems and explain their systems in public workshops, that they are adequate for structure fires and perhaps not wildfires, because those are two different things. Spraying water on a 90-mile-an-hour wind-fed fire is not going to work. You're wasting water at that point, for that matter. Anyway, and CAL FIRE and the County Fire District might want to get together and do some workshops with people to help them understand the limitations of the systems we have, and then we should go out and test those systems and make sure that they are at least up to minimum requirements. I know we used to do that all the time when I was an employee in the planning department to process virtually any, especially subdivision projects. Speaking of county employees, you heard it. You heard it over and over and over and over again today. When I started there 32 years ago, the Board of Supervisors took us as paupers of, be thankful you have a government job and this and that and the other thing. And I remember my first couple of weeks there, we were going through some very, very tense negotiations. I boldly wore a black armband, still being on, what's it called? Okay, gotta go.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hi again. I was wondering what happened to that nice guy from Grizzly, and I'm glad that he's still around and that he didn't move away. So many people from Grizzly Flats did. And watching the fires in LA, my family is from that area, so seeing that whole area wiped out was just shocking to me. But I'm wondering, like, what kind of fire, like, how are our fire hydrants? How is our infrastructure against, like Ken said, not just fire, like, but wildfire, right? So I have been struggling. I don't know, by the grace of God, I got approved my policy renewed for my insurance. They were going to cancel me because they took a really awful picture, and my property is like so fireproof. It looks so great, and I put so much work into it since I bought it. I don't know how they renewed me, but my agent was actually looking around. I have a small place. It's 1,400 square feet. I have a small place. I'm under, I'm paying about $2,000 a year for insurance. The next quote that she got me was going to be $6,700. And I was calling around to other agents, and an agent actually told me that she sold her home just in the last couple months here in Placerville because she just couldn't afford the utilities. And so we talk about affordable housing and helping the homeless / drug addicts who are just hanging out smoking weed right down the corner from you guys. We talk about all that, but we're not talking about the people that are really, these guys that work here and girls that keep this county actually running. They actually do the work, not the bureaucrats that are sitting in the office that have been overhired and overpaid for so long. How much is the head of DOT making? How much is he making with benefits? I didn't have a chance to look it up. I'm sure one of the girls will be looking it up, but it makes me so frustrated that we're all sitting here hanging on and we're being guilted that we're not doing enough for houseless people. Like, dude, I'm just trying to keep in my house and pay my utilities and my bills, and I'm being guilted by the trash disposal that I'm not separating my trash right. I'm being hammered by PG&E that I'm using too much power, that I'm using too much water, I'm driving too much, and I'm literally just trying to keep myself fed and my lights on. So I just want to make that statement. I really wish you guys that are sitting up there that are making really good money would come back down to a level before you were elected and the money that you were making then.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'm going to close open forum this time. So I guess we can move on to item 24. Department presentations.
Item number 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive and file presentations outlining each department's mission, structure, services, budget, role in the strategic plan, and upcoming policy issues.
All right. So we'll start with the Sheriff's Office first, right? Correct?
Good afternoon, Board. Chairman Turnbull. It's a pleasure to be here today. First and foremost, before we did something a little bit different this year, but before I get into that, I wanted to thank my staff, my public information officer, Kyle Parker. I have Detective Nick Cortez that I want to thank, and our administrative analyst, Samantha Whitlock, for spearheading this project, to include multiple members of other staff that contributed to the information of this project. So you're going to see something because we believe at the Sheriff's Office, we're also working, we're committed to developing our future leaders and committed to doing that. So we did something a little bit different this year. Instead of just standing up here and talking and looking at pie charts, I want to do something a little bit different this year, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. It does everything that the agenda item says. It outlines our vision, our mission, our budget, everything. So if you have any questions afterwards, I have my esteemed staff here that can come up and address anything, or I know that there's some questions about Echo One, and I know there's some questions about our communications center, that if you have any questions about those, I can come up and provide some information for you. So with that being said, you can sit and watch, and because we are cognizant of your time and want to be respectful.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay.
First started, it was louder.
Music's loud. Yeah.
Yeah, the music's good. It's just the-
Chair, would you like to take a break so that we
Yeah,
can
we can take a
figure
break
the?
for what, 5 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I gotta get a water too. Tired of coffee already.
Wanted to. Yeah, Saquon's got a
Oh, sorry.
She's over here.
I like it. Right?
was a great presentation. Liked it.
I hope you liked it.
Yeah, it was very, very
Something
good.
a little different. So,
Yeah.
again, if you have any questions related to the operations division, support services, or custody division, I can call. We'll just call up a captain or Monica back here, our CFO. So,
Okay. One of the things I want to bring up, I'll leave this off, even though I would like you guys to speak first, but I'm going to ask the sheriff to talk about Echo One and the services the things that they have done.
yes. So I have some statistical data because that was our first year of operation. Forgive me, I forgot my readers. So I'm using Carlos' glasses. Thank you, Carlos. You're a lifesaver. So Echo One started patrol operations in May 2024. It started hoist rescue operations July of 2024. In 2024, Echo One had performed 170 flight hours. In 2024, through July through December, it provided 14 rescues, with 13 of those being by hoist. 2024 search and rescues, it completed 28 search and rescue missions. Fire assist, July through December, it completed 12 fire missions. Fire intelligence or airspace control, it did 2,800 gallons of water drops on the Pay Fire and was the first airship on scene. In 2024, law enforcement outside assist, it completed through July through December, it completed 9. In 2024, in progress, crime patrol assist, it completed 98. And that was July through December. 2024 total calls assisted was 216 calls that Echo One assisted on. Thus far in 2025, it's completed 30.9 hours of flight time. It's performed 1 rescue, 4 search and rescues. We obviously haven't had any fires. We've been lucky. We've provided 3 outside agency assists. In progress crimes, 12 assist, and total calls assisted on is 45.
Very good. Anything else? Good. Everybody okay? Anything you want to talk about? Oh, great.
Good.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Very much. All right, so I guess next we'll move to the alternate public defender.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Chief Alternate Public Defender Elvira Lua. Since Terry's not here for me to play off of, I guess I'm all in charge. Yes, I am. My office was established back in 2021. We began taking cases October 1st was our first referral. Since that time, we have handled over 1,000 cases. We average a current load of about 200 cases, open cases currently. The vast majority of those are felony cases, which include homicides, sex offenses, drug sales, assaults, attempted murder. Those are the felony types of cases. We also handle, do you have the clicker? Sorry. Our mission statement basically is that we want to give this community and our clients the best representation that we can. So, and I'm sorry, I forgot my glasses, so I can't read my mission statement from this far. So, but our goal basically is to give effective representation to our clients. Our office was established in order for consistency of representation and oversight of costs to be handled. That is the vast majority of why this county went to an alternate public defender's version of the indigent defense. The Constitution requires that defendants charged with criminal cases and other cases that affect their criminal rights be represented free of charge. So the public defender's office has the first tier. That is, they are represented on the majority of the cases. If they have a conflict, then my office is appointed. When conflicts arise, such as two defendants being charged in the same crime. Maybe the public defender has previously represented a co-defendant in another matter. The victim might have been represented by the public defender on a previous occasion. Those are the types of cases that my office is appointed to represent. We also, so let me talk a little bit about how the size of my office. As I said, we started in 2021. Part of the mandate was that we would have an office in Placerville and eventually open a branch office in South Lake Tahoe. My office consists of myself. I do cases. I keep mostly felonies and some of the specialty cases. I currently have approximately 21 cases. I just completed a jury trial in December that went to verdict on one of the counts, so I had to retry it. Was able to resolve it yesterday, so I don't have to be in trial today. The rest of my staff is 2 staff attorneys in Placerville, and then I have one investigator and 1 clerical. Last year in 2023, September, let me back up a second. Before that, any cases handled in South Lake Tahoe were handled by 2 contract attorneys. They would do all of the work and I would oversee whatever was going on there. In 2023, September, those contracts were terminated and we opened a branch in South Lake Tahoe. I have 1 attorney that handles the cases in South Lake Tahoe currently. So those 221 approximate cases that I currently have are split up amongst the 4 of us. As I said, I carry the smallest caseload because I have other administrative duties to do. My South Lake Tahoe attorney handles all of the misdemeanors, all the felonies in South Lake Tahoe by himself at this point. As I indicated, what we do is basically represent people who are either facing state prison, jail time, or some type of loss of their rights. The courts in the last couple of years have started appointing us to civil contempts, which carry potential jail sentences and fines. So we are appointed on those cases. In family law cases, when people are being held in contempt, also potential for jail time or fines. So we are appointed on those cases. If a witness needs representation in a jury trial, preliminary hearing, or some other proceeding, we are appointed by the court to represent those. And that's usually because the public defender already represents them. Jump to the types of cases that we do, just so that I'm clear on all of the types of different things that we currently handle. We handle specialty courts. So if my attorneys are able to get an individual into mental health court, mental health diversion, misdemeanor diversion, veterans services, any of those also require appearances in courts once we are able to get them into the programs. We handle appeals. So if the public defender's office goes to trial on a misdemeanor matter and the client wishes to appeal those cases, my office is appointed to represent them. Conservatorships, because individuals are losing their rights to handle their own decisions, we are appointed on conservatorships. We represent juveniles charged in criminal cases. As I indicated, civil contempts, family law contempts, and then the ever-growing resentencing of cases. In the last 15 years, there have been changes to the laws that require cases to come back that have been sentenced for consideration of resentencing, whether it's youthful offenders who were sentenced to life sentences and the laws changed, allowing them to hopefully be eligible for parole and release after spending a vast majority of their time in a jail, juvenile facility. Individuals charged as aiders and abettors in murders, those types of things, where their role may not have been as, maybe they were the getaway driver in a bank robbery. And so the person who actually killed someone is sentenced to a life sentence, so can the getaway driver. And so the courts have allowed for resentencing in some of those cases. But those types of cases take a long time because, well, if they went to trial, we have to go through all the trial transcripts. So those are the types of cases, cases where the changes have happened, where enhancements might have been added that the court didn't have discretion, but now has discretion to strike. So all of those types of cases are what we handle, and so does the public defender to a great extent. Our goals or our roles in the strategic plan is basically workforce excellence. My attorneys need to be trained. They need to do the best job that they can with the limited resources that we have. And I'll talk a little bit about resources in a second. In order to contribute to a thriving economy, we need to ensure and fund programming in order so that our clients are not recidivists. Likewise, with handling the safety in the community, the more programs that are available for our clients who are willing to get their lives in order and to clear their records in order for them to become members of society, those are the types of things that we help them, and that's what my office does. Funding for public defenders' offices and indigent defense over time is approximately, based on some of the studies, 80% less than what district attorneys and sheriff's offices receive. A lot of it has to do with grant funding. Grants are created and mandates in the state are created so that district attorneys can investigate and prosecute cases. They receive funds. Well, the legislature, the federal government doesn't give public defenders funds to fight those cases. So we have to absorb what we already have into those cases. So funding is a huge problem for public defenders' offices all across the state. A lot of it has to do, a lot of our funding that we do receive in this county is from the general fund because we really don't have any grants. That funding is then divided mostly into my staff. So keeping attorneys over the last couple of years has become very difficult for the public defender's office. A lot of it has to do with the fact that neighboring counties pay more. And you all heard all the employees talk about the difficulties that they have. That isn't limited to those individuals. Attorneys have the same type of difficulties with living in this area, being able to stay in the area and have wages that are comparable in other locations. I know Terry has a lot of issues with training people and then they get to the middle positions and they leave. And so all that time that they've invested in those individuals is lost because of the lack of money. Recruitment is a big issue for our departments, just getting attorneys to come here, especially to house attorneys in South Lake Tahoe and have them be able to work there. As I indicated, my office started the South Lake Tahoe branch. We were given permission in August of 2023. We had only 4 individuals apply for the position. I was lucky enough to get an excellent attorney, but I was not able to fill that position without special incentives, basically, being provided in order to lure individuals even to apply. It took until December of 2023 for me to be able to hire an attorney. So these are trends that we have seen over the last couple of years. The lack of attorneys willing to come to the area, the inability to retain, keeping those attorneys in our offices. I've been lucky that I have been able to keep my staff without having any major issues. There is legislature that requires a workload study that is being basically worked on. What the workload study is, how many cases should an attorney carry in order to be effective and ethical in their job? And those studies are going to impact how many attorneys I can have and how many cases we're able to handle effectively. As I said, we currently have 200 cases. One of my attorneys carries approximately 94 cases. That includes felonies and misdemeanors. A lot of the cases, I would say probably about 30 of those cases are diversion, mental health, those things that have been taken out of the general caseload. But it still requires work because cases no longer just end. They can linger for up to 2 years, depending on the type of case it is, because of the fact that it requires monthly reviews. So we act as social workers on top of everything, having to handle the cases, review them, talk to the clients, make sure that they're complying with what's required to be successful in those courts. And so a lot of that work also is done by the attorneys, since I don't have a social worker. Then we have the new mandate of Prop 36 that requires that we handle cases that used to be misdemeanors in some situations as felonies. Well, the difference between handling a misdemeanor and a felony case is quite different, because it will require preliminary hearings, which is an extra hearing between arraignment and jury trial. It requires evaluations be done. Probation will have to do the evaluations if they have the staff to be able to do it, because it mandates that some of those individuals be given programming. Well, the other problem that we have in this county is there are no programs. So where do we put these people? Do we just house them in state prison? State prisons will be filling up with these individuals if programming is not available. We will have to challenge prior convictions, whether or not they were valid constitutionally when the plea was entered. So reviewing those cases from the past. These are all challenges that my office will face in the next coming year, amongst all the challenges that we already have. As I indicated, in the last 15 years, these mandates keep coming down that we are constantly having to absorb without getting any extra funding for them. My understanding, and Terry is not here today to discuss the possibility that she will have to declare a conflict and or unavailability of the civil contempt cases because she does not have the staffing to be able to handle those cases. So those cases will then follow on my office. Given that I only have 2 attorneys and myself, most of those cases are going to fall on me to be able to do them, since they already handle the more difficult cases. So these are all challenges that I anticipate in the next coming year, that I will be at a certain point asking for your help in order to be able to facilitate the number of attorneys that I have. My office is currently set up only to house 3 attorneys and one investigator and the clerical staff. So at some point, I'm going to need a bigger office location in order to be able to accommodate any additional staff that's going to be required. That's basically what my office does and the challenges that we face. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, opening up the any board questions.
No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so move to Health and Human Services and then Child Support Services. Yeah, first.
Good afternoon. Chair, board members, Ron Dodge, Director, Chief Attorney of the Department of Child Support Services. I'm gonna try to do this. So we do have a mission statement, just like I'm assuming every department has. What may be unique to ours is that when this was developed several years ago, we actually had staff input. So staff actually come up with this. And the vision part, every child, every time, the philosophy around that is that every child deserves the support of their parents each and every month. So the obligor who's required to pay support, our goal is to get that payment each and every month. There's the org chart, sorry. We have 29 staff. And that's down from when I started, I think we had about 42 staff. But we do have an incredible system that the state provides for us. And so you'll see later on that we are meeting the needs of the community. And our staff are just, with the system we have, we're just doing an excellent job. What do? Well, we establish parentage. In order for the court to order somebody to pay child support, the court needs to establish them as a parent. And there's several ways we can do that. If they're married, if they sign a VDOP, which is a voluntary declaration of parentage at the hospital, or after, we can do genetic testing. So we establish parentage when it's not already established by law. We establish and we enforce court orders. We get child support orders, health orders. We want the parents, if it's available through their employer, to provide health insurance for their children. And then we enforce court orders. I mean, that's what we're really geared to do, is collect child support. And so the child support we collect goes home to the families, mainly in these communities, but throughout California and other states. Our operating cost, about $4.5 million. 99.9% of that, maybe even more than that, is provided by the state and the federal government. The county provides really $5,000, $4,000 in case we have an employee that wants to take advantage of your generous school tuition reimbursement. And I don't think we've used that for a few years. And then $1,000 you allow us to apply to any of the outreach programs that we do. So we can have games or things we give out to the kids that our funding through the state and federal government won't allow. This is how we do. We're compared, the federal government has 5 performance measures they rate all the states by and all the counties. And this is how we compare to the other counties in California. We do quite well. Last year, I think we were ranked in the top 10. We anticipate to be ranked 8. When I say last year, 2023, 2024, we're federal fiscal, so October through September. We believe, and it'll come out next month, we'll be ranked 8th in the state. You can see up there, number 1 is, of all of the cases we have, 96.1 of those have court orders. It's can't collect if there's not a court order. And so we really spend a lot of time and allow our establishment staff quite a bit of time to get those orders. We're also number 1 in the state in default orders, which means We get the least amount of default orders from any other county in the state. And that's a big tribute to my staff. They spend a lot of time engaging with the participants at the early end. So they're either going to come in and do a stipulation or file an answer and go to court. We want engagement. That's the number one thing we're looking for. And then the other performance measures, you can see we do quite well. And then how do we, I guess what I'm trying to say is this, what's our role in the county strategic plan? We're big in our office is trying to use the resources that the county has. Some of the training the county has, the supervisor training that HR provides is excellent. And anytime we get a new supervisor, we send them through that. We'll have supervisors that go through it several times. We really are geared to promote our staff and recognize them. When we have our meetings, we have monthly meetings, and we recognize what they do and how they do it. We celebrate, how well we do in the county. We use our staff when we're coming up with our goals. They're really their goals, so we want to make sure they're a part of it. I don't really believe in the buy-in. I don't want them to buy in my ideas. I want it to be all of our ideas. So that's really, really what we do. And then upcoming issues we have, the state DCSS, which is the Department of Child Support Service, and the legislators have set up a uncollectible caseload review. So there's these cases out there that owe back child support, and they've could have owed the money for years, and they're looking at, should we have those cases open? Should we still try to collect those? If somebody doesn't have the means to pay now, and it doesn't look like they're going to have the means, why do we still have a case open? Why are we still doing this? So we've been working on that, and we'll continue to work on that. That's an ongoing review that we do. Statewide, we're trying to make sure that all of the cases that we report to the federal government on parentage are correct. The federal government looks at paternity, and there's some funding regarding paternity, and we just want to make sure that what we're reporting statewide is accurate. And then the last thing we've been working on, last couple of years, the legislators have passed some laws to update the child support calculator, which we use to determine what child support is. And so part of that came into place September of last year, which changes the factor of child support. So what that really does is the lower income folks that owe child support, their child support's going to be lower. So they understand that California is expensive to live in. And so they do want to make sure that the obligors also have money to provide for themselves and potentially their families, and still pay child support for their children in the other home. And then in September of this year, there's another law that's been implemented regarding the child support guideline. And we're just training on that, making sure that we're ready to file correctly and ready to present those cases in court based upon the new law. So I think that's all I have.
I'll open up to any comments or board questions. Anybody got
Great
questions?
report. Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, it was great.
Nice and short, huh?
Yeah, well, and that,
Yeah, it was perfect.
you guys are performing really well. So
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's really, it's just, I'm very fortunate. I have really, really
Yeah.
good staff, dedicated staff. So we're very fortunate for that.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you.
That's it?
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, so I'll move this to HHSA.
Good afternoon. Olivia Byron Cooper. I'm the director of the Health and Human Services Agency, and I'm here today with a subset of our agency leadership team who will be introducing themselves as they present on their respective 8 divisions. And you can think of us as actually 7 different departments squished under one roof, administered by our overarching administration and finance division. And to put that into perspective, we are about 700 employees, which makes up about 1/3 of your county's workforce. So we are big. And because of that, am I in charge? I am ready. Do I drive or do you? Okay, I'll drive. Maybe. There we go.
There it goes.
There we go. Because of that, we're trying to work to make navigating our services a little bit easier. And so we, as I mentioned this morning, embarked in a county or an agency strategic plan to mirror the county's strategic planning process. So I want to point your attention to our newly developed logo, which will help to brand the agency, making it a little bit easier for people to understand that we are one entity as opposed to separate departments, which is often a mistake that's often made. I also want to bring your attention to a newly refreshed mission statement, which I love because I can remember it. And I also like the word unified because we are working very hard to unify our work within the agency and also among our county partners and stakeholders and county leadership. So we want to make sure that we are in alignment with the county's strategic vision. And so we work really hard to try and be unified with all of you and our partners, along with our different divisions within the agency. I also want to bring your attention to a couple of companion documents that you may or may not have seen. They're both attached to the agenda item as well as they can be found on our website. We have an agency annual report. This is the 2nd year that we're putting this out. I am an epidemiologist by training. I love data. I also love evaluating programs. I get much more pleasure administering programs that have clear outcomes and impact. So I like to be able to measure those things. And so this annual report should give you an idea of the direction that we're going as an agency. I also mentioned that we are sometimes hard to navigate. And so one thing that we've created, and actually this was Jim's brainchild, was a functional organizational chart. So you're all familiar with the normal kind of reporting structure org chart, but this actually breaks things down so that you can see who's in charge of what and which programs lie under which leadership, which should help people be able to navigate our services better. And so with that, I'd like to point out what you probably normally see as an organizational chart. This is the kind of upper tier of our agency leadership team. And I'll take a moment to introduce Jim. Jim's full-time job is to keep me out of hot water, and he does a very good job at that. So he's instrumental. And as I mentioned, the rest of the leadership team will introduce themselves as they present. So with that, I will turn it over to our fiscal guru, Kimmy, affectionately known as Kimberly McAdams.
Is the arrow?
The arrow.
Yep. Right. Hello, Chair, members of the board. Good to see some of your faces again and new faces. Exciting. So I am Kimmy McAdams. I'm our Assistant Director of Admin and Finance for HHSA. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce our new CFO. This is Jessica Cummings. She's bringing with us more than 15 years of governmental experience with her. So we're looking forward to her valued knowledge. So just want to take a moment to introduce her.
Welcome.
I'll let her go sit so she doesn't have to stand up. Okay, so HHSA Admin and Finance. Admin and Finance, you probably have a good idea of what that already consists of. You have contracts and invoice processing, things that kind of makes the world go round. Some of those areas that we strive in is to work collaboratively with our program divisions. We work as an arm to those services. So we have a lot of federal regulations, legislation. I know that's not new to any of you. And so we work with our partners through our service delivery, revenue claiming, and contract processing to make sure that we are following those regulations and legislation. Shown on some of the functional areas of the admin and finance division, we have personnel who supports civil rights. We do civil rights investigations. Our grant management, which includes the drawing down of federal and state revenues. We do a lot of claiming through the state and federal entities in our office. We have Medi-Cal billing. So we have services that are tied to clients that we provide, and we do Medi-Cal billing, which draws that down to pay for some of those services. So taking a look at HHSC's budget, we have our total operations appropriations about 241 million. And we break it out fiscally in about 8 divisions. So we have Veterans Affairs, Admin and Finance, Social Services, Community Services, Behavioral Health, Public Health, Animal Services, and Public Guardian. And it shows you respectively how all of those appropriations are broken out. When we look at the general fund, we have a net county cost of 12.7 million. This calculates to 5.3% of the budget for HHSA is general fund. We strive really hard to try to make that usage lean and support our services with the federal and state revenues that we'll be going over next. So that gives you a breakdown of what that looks like. The budget is largely supported by other funding. So as seen in this breakout, the state and federal and realignment are sources of revenue that support our programs quite large. Again, the revenues are tied to regulations or state and federal legislation, which has its complexities, but allows us to try to maintain the movement of those services forward. When looking at the divisions and accomplishments for our division under admin and finance. So we've been working on an agency disaster plan. This county has certainly seen its share, and HHSA has been needed in a response to our clients, and our EOC partners at the sheriff have certainly brought us in and taught us some things that we can build out. So we've been working on a agency-wide disaster plan that will allow us to more effectively respond as an agency. Performance data was utilized to support provider claiming. We've been working with providers to help them determine where they can improve claiming, try to be better partners to our team members in the county. Our auditor's office has been a great partner with us as well in working to streamline processes. We've established a goal to try to have a quarterly close so we can try to maintain a lot of our push of our processes. We do contribute a lot of invoices and processing through their office, so it's been great to have them to see how we can collaborate to continue to move that forward. And we have had state recognition. California Department of Public Health had recognized our division for successful claiming. That was a surprise and well received. And we have worked hard to decrease expenses and increase revenues wherever possible, as we've established our status quo budget that you'll be seeing this upcoming period. So that is a big accomplishment out of our office. So looking to the future, some of the things that we're doing is we have a number of state mandates. And when the state mandates shift, the fiscal processing of that shifts with it. And so we are challenged with preparing for what does that look like, and our claiming and processing and reporting, such as like Prop 1. We have onboarding, continuing to invest in our employees and their success, has us focusing and developing on HHSA onboarding that in addition to our county HR, we are hoping to provide a foundational training to HHSA employees when they come on in. And we are implementing compliance management that's not only necessary to the management of funds and services, but we're looking to improve the way that we do it, making it a more agency umbrella focus, faster response time, and being able to respond with areas of risk that we find. And for process improvements, we are working with team members to assess procedures. We're trying to reduce duplicative processes and try to lean out areas of that are appropriate, really trying to be responsibly with our fiduciary means. So this concludes my portion, but I will pass it over to our behavioral health director. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair Turnbull. I am Nicole Ebrahimi Nukin, Behavioral Health Director, and I have with me Christiane Kearns. She's our Deputy Director for the Behavioral Health Division. Chris kind of splits her time predominantly between our South Lake Tahoe office and our West Slope office because we have a full staff up there as well. All right, so the Behavioral Health Division. As you can see on the slide, you can really kind of conceptualize the Behavioral Health Division as having three main branches. So we provide the mental health services, we provide substance use services, and we have the Public Guardian's Office in our division. Just a brief overview, very high level overview over those different branches. For mental health services, El Dorado County residents of all ages, predominantly those with Medi-Cal. We provide outpatient, those are the services that we provide, and we provide outpatient services, residential. We fund inpatient hospital treatment when needed, again, predominantly for Medi-Cal beneficiaries. We are able to utilize the Mental Health Services Act funds to also address prevention and early intervention needs throughout the community. Substance use, very similar. The funding there comes predominantly from Drug Medi-Cal. So again, residents in El Dorado County of all ages that need our services and our Medi-Cal members, we can provide outpatient treatment services, residential treatment services. We also have a federal funding source, the Substance Use Block Grant, to address prevention and early intervention programs within the substance use area. For those services, we have county staff that address the needs, but we also have a large number of contracts with community-based providers, both on the mental health and the substance use side, providers in El Dorado County, but also in surrounding counties so that we can best address the needs of our community members. For the Public Guardian's Office, our Public Guardian Deputy team provides functions as a representative payee for adults in the community. They may be a probate conservator for an individual adult, and then also the Lanham and Pettus Short Act, which is called LPS in short, conservatorship. Actually, can I ask you? Next slide. Thank you. Accomplishments for the Behavioral Health Division. So last year, this slide reflects a number of data in terms of El Dorado County residents that were benefited through substance use or mental health treatment services. But I do want to highlight that first point, the mobile crisis Medi-Cal benefit. Quite a significant lift for the Behavioral Health Division, driven by a mandate by the State Department of Healthcare Services that all counties in California, all county Behavioral Health Division are to stand up a 24/7 mobile crisis service that addresses all of the geographic areas of each of those counties. You're probably already all very familiar with our several years now of great collaboration with the sheriff for the PERT, the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team. And so you can kind of envision that mobile crisis as building on that foundation, but expanding into being able to do 24/7, able to do it in all of El Dorado County. And with that, what we issued last year in 2024 is a request for qualifications that resulted in us being able to choose a vendor. And so now we're hoping to launch, we're getting very close to launching the actual 24/7 mobile crisis service this year in combination with that provider. The provider is actually going to address all of the South Lake Tahoe Basin crisis needs 24/7, and then is going to partner with county staff on the West Slope. The other item that is listed there that I do want to highlight here is our Public Guardian's Office. I think it's of interest to the community to really see the value of what happens behind those services. So for the individuals that you see there, the numbers that were served through the Public Guardian's Office, in total, $8 million of clients' assets were managed and safeguarded. So really a very important service need that is being addressed with that team. And finally, the last two items there just reflect another really important collaboration for the Behavioral Health Division for two different collaborative courts here in the county. We have had the Mental Health Diversion Court now for a couple of years that is very successful, again, with the courts, with the Public Defender's Office and the District Attorney's Office. And then last year, the calendar year was spent with a lot of meetings with the courts, Public Defender, and County Council for the Behavioral Health Division and that team to develop that statewide mandate to implement the CARE Act, which went live December 1st in El Dorado County. Next slide, please. The community impact story. So what I'm sharing here on this slide is really a scenario that is quite frequent in our division and also reflects how the different branches within the behavioral health division are supporting the same individual. Many individuals are so severely impacted by their mental illness and substance misuse that they require to be placed on conservatorship and in a locked facility. This resident also had multiple arrests and time spent in jail prior to being placed on conservatorship. Through the course of receiving treatment between 2022 and 2024, this resident was able to become engaged in treatment services, become medication compliant, gain sobriety, and eventually having his conservatorship status terminated. He entered into a T house, that's a transitional house that is linked to our behavioral health division services, and continued his treatment with a plan to transition into an independent living situation. He has had no further involvement with law enforcement and has a great desire to obtain employment. Next slide. We're going to be looking ahead of 2025 with significant policy and programmatic changes for the behavioral health division. So first, I wanted to reflect the statewide effort by the Department of Healthcare Services to transform behavioral health services within California. And for County Behavioral Health Division, including us in El Dorado County, really what is significant is the voter initiative that was passed, Proposition 1 was passed last year. And with it, what it's called the Behavioral Health Services Act. So the Behavioral Health Services Act, BHSA, replaces the Mental Health Services Act, MHSA. That was a voter initiative back in 2004. It reforms the behavioral health care funding to prioritize services to people with the most significant mental health needs while adding the treatment of substance use disorder, expanding housing interventions, and increasing the behavioral health workforce. It also enhances oversight, transparency, and accountability at the state and local levels. The next that is listed there is the past justice involved services. That addresses the needs of individuals in correctional facilities and upon release to the community. But the state really had looked at and has been asking all correctional facilities in all of California and the county behavioral health divisions for correctional facilities to build services within the jails for individuals to be identified for medical eligibility, and then up to 90 days prior to release, have access to behavioral health services, substance use, and/or mental health, and some small numbers of additional healthcare services as well. And then for the behavioral health division and the correctional facilities providers of these services, up to 14 days prior to release, to care coordinate that release back into the community, to establish a warm handoff and a seamless transition into services in the community. So we have been working much on that and really are looking for this year to build those building blocks to get to that place, to have that available here in the county. I already spoke about the mobile crisis implementation. Finally, change number 4 lists Senate Bill 43. This updates the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act. If you recall, that was listed on an earlier slide. It's one of those conservatorship status. So it addresses the need of those individuals that are presenting with severe substance use disorder only, which currently don't fall under the LPS Act. And under this reform implemented here in El Dorado County starting January 1st of next year, we will be able to also place an individual on a hold and potentially into a locked facility if needed, who presents only with severe substance use disorder. And with that, I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you about the Behavioral Health Division, and I will be handing it over to Timlin Janes, our assistant.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah,
on some of
yeah,
this
go ahead.
item just really fast. On number 2, the path, the justice involved, and you talked about the programming and building blocks. How much of what you're trying to do there relies on the jail expansion getting done? Because it's all about those services, right? I mean,
so in many respects, probably the person to really respond to that would be the sheriff, because that's, you know, his concept of where to use that, utilize those services. In and of itself, the regulations don't rely on that. The regulations are requiring by next October 2026 for all correction facilities to be providing those services. So I know sheriff and both probation for the juvenile detention facility are working really hard to build those services so they can implement it no later than, potentially sooner. So it doesn't, but it doesn't rely on that being built at that time.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, any other questions from the board members? Okay, all right.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Turnbow and supervisors. I'm Timlin James, Assistant Director of Human Services. And with me, I'd like to introduce a couple of my deputy directors. I have Lynette Engelhardt-Stott. She's the Deputy Director of Community Services. And Jennifer Rogers is our Deputy Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. I'd like to introduce them. So I'm going to start with community services. Community services, we have a wide variety of programs. We have our senior services, veteran services, animal services, housing and homelessness, and then LIHEAP and weatherization. I'm not going to touch on every single program. I would be up here all afternoon, but I'm just going to go over a couple of highlights. So one thing that I think some of you know, we struggled to come back from COVID with our senior population. We made some pretty significant progress with our senior nutrition dining sites in 2024. Our Placerville site is now up to about 50 participants multiple days a week. We've actually considered adding a second dining time so that we can accommodate the number of people that are coming to the senior center for senior nutrition lunch. So that's really exciting. Our South Lake Tahoe senior dining location also got up to about 30 participants a day, some days a week. And then even our remote sites have gone up to about 15 participants per day, which that's pretty significant considering when we first reopened, we were looking at 1 or 2. We had a really hard time getting people to come back, and we had a hard time getting enough staff on board to be able to open all of our sites. Another program that's under our senior services is the senior health education programs. These offer exercise programs to seniors. We have programs that we offer at the Placerville Senior Center, also at the South Lake Tahoe Senior Center, and there's a couple of programs that we offer off-site. One is the bingo size program, and then another one is the Tai Chi. Where Tai Chi we have in Placerville, we don't currently have in South Lake Tahoe. But in 2024, between the two programs, we offered 558 hours of exercise to seniors in our community. Another program under senior services is the long-term care ombudsman. They provide resident services to 37 facilities within our county. And in 2024, they provided 774 consultations to residents, their families, and providers. And they conducted 423 facility visits. This is a staff of 1.25 persons, and the rest are volunteers that help with the long-term care ombudsman program. Another program that we were able to fully staff in 2024 is our veteran service program. As a result of becoming fully staffed, we were able to schedule 296 more appointments in 2024 than we had scheduled in 2023. Our animal services during the Crozier Fire, we housed 195 pets, all at the shelter on the West Slope. And again, we don't have additional staffing that comes in when we have emergencies like this. We have volunteers that help, but our staff carry the primary load of making sure that these animals are fed, watered, and that they're contained, their areas where they're contained are kept clean. We also partnered with the Humane Society, Foothill Dog Rescue, and Animal Outreach of the Motherlode to provide free vaccine and microchip clinics to provide services to 190 pets within the community. The importance of these clinics is the vaccines prevent the spread of disease among animals, but also the microchips reduce the length of stay for animals in our shelters. And we're also able to get animals reunited with their owners sooner. It's a quick, all of our officers carry the microchip scanners on their trucks. So when they come across an animal, they can scan it right there in the field to see if it's got an owner. They can call it into the shelter. The shelter can begin trying to reach that owner. And then also our housing and homeless unit. One of the things that we did in 2024 in line with our strategic plan and the county's strategic plan is we integrated some of our homeless programs that were within other programs within HHSA. Our goal is to try and get as many programs as possible under one unit so that it's a one-stop shop. So we integrated the Housing, Disability, and Advocacy Program, the Home Safe Program, and then also the Behavioral Health Bridge House Program we just recently launched, and those are all launched out of the Housing and Homelessness Division. So community impact, oops, is it not loading? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So this is a community impact program story that talks about, that is related to a program that I didn't speak about, and it is our adult day clubs. So our adult day clubs provide respite care for families caring for disabled or aging family members. So this story, we had a gentleman that shortly after he joined the club in Placerville, we learned that he had been an avid piano player throughout his life. And when he retired, he would play the piano for different nursing homes within the community. As time went on, he started to forget how to play the songs. He couldn't remember them. And then I think in 2020, he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and the diagnosis just crushed him. He stopped playing altogether. He became depressed. When he joined the club in 2024, staff learned that he was no longer playing, and they began encouraging him to just sit down at the piano, to give it a try. He eventually agreed. He brought in a book, and staff sat with him while he began relearning to play the piano. He now plays 3 songs a morning for the club participants. And his wife said, and he practices at home every day. And his wife said, with tears in her eyes, it was so wonderful to have music in the house again. He has restored joy and purpose in his life that Alzheimer's had stolen. So, really nice story. Oops, now I went too far, sorry. Okay, so a couple of changes in community services. I didn't speak to it, but the Public Housing Authority is also within our housing and homelessness unit. And we have changes coming to how we inspect homes. So it's called Inspire. It's the national standards for the physical inspections of real estate. It's more in-depth inspection of the home before a housing choice voucher recipient can move into it. We are required to have that fully implemented by October of 2025. So staff are attending trainings and implementing the new requirements. We'll also continue with cross-divisional integration of homeless response and supports, again, just to ensure that we're making sure that any program that can assist someone we're connecting them to those services. And then another focus of ours is increased services at the senior center in South Lake Tahoe. And for animal services, we're looking at programmatic changes to help us improve our emergency response. One of the things that we're looking at is a large animal site, because we are limited in how many large animals we can house at the shelter. And then lastly is the permanent navigation center build. So now I'm going to move on to self-sufficiency. So self-sufficiency, we have CalWorks, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and then a few other smaller programs. In 2024, we had approximately 36,674 El Dorado County residents enrolled in Medi-Cal. In December of 2024, we had 9,253 households enrolled in CalFresh benefits and paid out a little over $25 million in CalFresh benefits to residents in El Dorado County. And then in December of 2024, our CalWorks program had a caseload of about 686 households. CalWorks is a cash assistance program that's paid to low-income families with dependent children under the age of 18 in their care. Under the CalWorks program, we have several other programs. A couple of them are the Housing Support Program, which is a homeless program that helps people, helps families prevent from becoming homeless, sorry, you guys. And then it also helps people find stable housing if they are homeless. We also have the Welfare to Work program, which is a program that helps people build vocational skills so that they can become employable. And then we have an expanded subsidized employment program, which can subsidize an employer's wages for an employee that is a CalWorks participant for up to 6 months and up to $9,999. And I'll touch on that in just a minute. So for our housing support program, we served 109 families in 2024. 37 of those were at risk of homelessness and 72 were homeless. And then we housed 58 families. So they obtained secure housing through our services. And then again, I touched on the Welfare to Work. The expanded subsidized employment program in 2024, we had 7 recipients enrolled in the program within 6 businesses within the community. 5 of those remain employed, so we can only subsidize for 6 months up to $9,999. The employer can then choose to keep them on as an employee and then would pay the full wages, or they can choose to not keep them on. Of the 7 that we had enrolled, 5 still remain with those employers, and 2 of them have exited CalWorks due to being over income. So their wages were high enough, they no longer qualified for the CalWorks support. So our community impact story here is someone that was a Welfare to Work participant. They enrolled in our services, and in 2017, we helped them obtain employment through Folsom Lake College, where they were a part-time employee. She's now, in 2024, she gained full-time employment and was promoted to the position of Extended Opportunity Programs and Services, they call it EOPS, and also a CalWorks specialist at the college. So working with students that are also CalWorks eligible and learning how CalWorks and the college can help support someone that's trying to obtain self-sufficiency. She also recently became a proud homeowner, and I think it was November of this year, she sent an email to her Welfare to Work worker, thanking her for guiding her through the Welfare to Work program and helping her to obtain self-sufficiency, and said that she wouldn't be where she was today if she hadn't had that opportunity. And she remembers it every day, and she tells the people that she's working with how beneficial the programs can be if you take advantage of them. Oops. Okay. So some upcoming changes for self-sufficiency. We are working with our child welfare partners to reintegrate the linkages program, which is a program that helps to ensure that families that are involved with the child welfare system and also receiving CalWorks are provided all of the supports that are necessary, that they're getting their full wraparound supports so that we can work towards reuniting the family. Child welfare can. The other one that we have on here, it's a pilot program that the state of California was recently approved for, and it changes the way we're measured by our work participation rates. Work participation rates are something that are measured through CalWorks. It determines, currently, it kind of sets our ranking as to how well CalWorks eligible families are engaging in the Welfare to Work program and becoming employed. That's the short version of it. This federal pilot program, it's a 6-year pilot program. It aims to strengthen efficiency and effectiveness of the CalWorks program, build new evidence on whether being accountable for work and well-being outcome leads to stronger employment outcomes and increases family stability. So we don't know a lot about the details of what it's going to look like, but it's something that's the state has been approved for, so we're preparing for directives to come down from the state. We continue to adapt and implement the state required CalAIM changes. Given our Medi-Cal caseload, there's some significant impact to our work as it relates to working with managed care programs. And then the other one is just continued partnering with community partners to ensure that we are providing outreach to the community. Part of that is engaging with probation and their core trailer, determining how our programs can support their efforts and how we can get out to the community. So with that, I will turn it over to Assistant Director Leslie Griffith. She's the Assistant Director of Social Services.
Can I ask one really quick question, Tim? I promise. On the Inspire, what kind of workload is that, do you anticipate? And do we need more staff? And is it an unfunded mandate?
It is an unfunded mandate, yes, and it is an increase in inspections. It was delayed, so we're just beginning the training to be prepared for October. So we're not able to determine the exact increase in workload, but yes, it is an unfunded mandate.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the board? All right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Leslie Griffith, Assistant Director with our Protective Services Division. When you think back to Kimmy's budget discussion, you won't see Protective Services up there. It is part of our larger social services division and budget. So in Protective Services, we have 4 main programs: our Child Welfare Services, Adult Protective Services, In-Home Supportive Services, and the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. I will say that I believe pretty much all of our programs are mandated programs. We don't do much discretionary at all. Overall, we strive to keep children and adults safely in their homes and community while connecting them to the necessary resources to overcome barriers that they're presenting with. We are a division of approximately 100 staff. Okay. During this past year, we've had many accomplishments, which you see in front of you. No, you don't. That is the wrong one. I know, one click. Okay. I know I have that problem. I'm just too fast. Okay, so these are a few of the things that I want to highlight though. In Child Welfare Services, we have seen a slight decrease in our reports and related investigations. We've actually not quite hit our pre-COVID numbers. However, the families we are engaging with are presenting as much more complex than they historically have, with much more complex needs. There continues to be a shift in our caseloads over the years, with a decrease in the number of kids we're removing and placing into foster care, and an increase in what we call family maintenance services, either voluntary or court ordered, reflecting our commitment to keep kids at home with their parents while providing supportive services whenever we can safely do so. In our adult services side, we continue to see a substantial growth in our number of referrals and caseload sizes. Our Adult Protective Services team has seen an almost 16% increase in referrals, and our In-Home Supportive Services team saw more than 11% growth. We see similar growth in these programs year after year. A couple of things that I want to highlight from Child Welfare Services last year that I'm really excited about is the work we did with our business process redesign. We had an opportunity to look at some of our processes with the goal of eliminating redundant processes, streamlining, and ultimately looking for ways to be more efficient with our staff resources. There were 3 main opportunities. First, in our Resource Family Approval team, and this is the team that certifies our foster homes and our relative caregivers when we want to place. We wanted to find ways to improve timelines towards approval. Through this process and our team's commitment to improvement, they have improved their time to approval from 231 days in 2023 to an average of 103 days in recent months, and engaging with 76 new families this year, which surpasses the state timelines. Second, we wanted to find a way for our emergency response staff to spend more time with the families in our community that really require our attention and less with those that don't. So we had realized that whether allegation of abuse was substantiated or not, or unfounded, the processes were taking the same amount of time, right, to get through kind of the closure of the referral. And we wanted to find ways to change that when a child was clearly safe at home. And so we implemented a process called ClearPath, which provides us an alternative method to close referrals when we see that children are clearly safe. This allowed us to close 75% of referrals timely, compared to 42% in the previous year, which ultimately frees up our social workers to spend more time in the field, in the homes, providing the necessary support. Finally, we worked to enhance our family finding and placement processes. So when children are removed from their homes, it is our goal to place them with relatives or people known to them, which research has shown improves overall outcomes and lessens the trauma associated with the removals. Through this work, we've been able to increase the number of children placed with relatives, or what we call non-related extended family members, by 8% in recent months, resulting in 60% of our kids in foster care placed with someone they know. All right, so our community impact. So one of the things that we're really excited about with our adult protective services team is the implementation of our FAST team, which is our financial abuse services team, and the impact it's having. The majority of referrals to our adult protective services fall into the financial abuse category. So it's a big part of the work we do. So in recent years, we embarked on a collaborative effort to build upon the combined expertise of our local law enforcement partners, our legal partners, APS, Public Guardian, and our local financial institutions, not only to raise awareness about financial abuse in the community, but also to have a venue to come together to talk about complex situations. So via these collaborative efforts, we were able to assist an older gentleman to find permanent housing and gain access to supportive services and financial oversight. This individual suffered from a fixed, perpetual inability to resist fraud and undue influences, and believes he will inherit or be gifted exorbitant sums of money if he continues to pay scammers from around the world. With over $1 million sent to scammers around the world, his financial decisions and inability to resist fraud resulted ultimately in his divorce, selling his home in a questionable real estate transaction, being evicted from his home, living in a storage container, his car, and then the street. Our protective services team worked with him for well over a year to try to help remedy this. But today he's living in a local apartment with supports. And while he continues to believe the scammers and maintains contact with them, we've worked collaboratively to protect his income while maintaining housing and medical and supportive services. We do want to take this opportunity to thank all of the members for their contributions. And this work does not always result in prosecution, but we strive to build awareness to reduce the number of individuals in our community who are taken advantage of. All right, so there are many things happening in our division in upcoming years that we're paying attention to. The greatest impact to our staff will be the continued caseload growths we see in APS and IHSS. Through our strategic plan, we will continue to find creative solutions to worker recruitment and retention to support those increasing workloads. In child welfare, the transition to a new statewide child welfare database called CARES in 2026 will result in numerous changes in processes related to our child welfare documentation. This will require considerable staff time and resources upfront in the data cleanup as we transition, and also in staff training. But in the end, we're hopeful for a much more user-friendly, efficient case management system. The greatest impact to our community in the coming years will be the continued work towards preventing entry into child welfare. If we're successful, we envision a system where families can get access to the services and supports they need in their community by those they trust, resulting in fewer referrals to child welfare. This will require continued collaboration with all of our partners and taking advantage of the opportunities presented with statewide initiatives such as CalAIM and changes to child abuse reporting criteria. And then fiscally, we're paying close attention to the changes with our foster care rate structure that's coming in 2027. This new rate structure will increase the placement rates we are paying for those in foster care, while also adding additional financial obligations to enhance opportunities for our foster youth to get immediate access to services and support opportunities for building strength and resiliency in this population. And although these changes will have implications for our budget, the work we're doing to prevent removals and decrease our number of youth in foster care will help mitigate some of that. So, thank you for your time.
That's one question.
Sure.
The financial abuse service team, is that reactionary, or do you proactively go out and speak to senior groups, things like that?
Both.
You do? Okay.
I mean, they definitely do awareness and education proactively, and then they work together when things come to our attention. And a lot of the education is also with our local financial institutions, so they become aware at transactions happening at their bank and can know enough to call or reach out for support. And we've had many transactions stopped that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, any more questions from the board?
All right, I'm going to pass it off to Jenny Byrne with Public Health.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Byrne. I'm the director of our Public Health Division. And with me here today is Kyle, our new Deputy Director, Kyle Foufflet. Welcome to you. So I would like to describe our Public Health Division for you today. We are very different than what you might be most familiar with, which is the health systems in our community. They are really accountable for primary care, specialty care, emergency care. Public health is accountable for protecting and promoting the health of our communities. So on the left side of the screen, you can see a very high level org chart for our division. First, we have the clinical affairs section, which focuses on population-based clinical interventions to protect our community. One of the teams that's important in this section is our communicable disease team, which helps fight the spread and contagious and infectious diseases by monitoring, reporting, assessing, treating those diseases so they don't spread. In 2024, the team investigated or treated over 600 Title 17 reportable diseases, which could have significant impacts to public health. This does not include, for example, rabies, which is one of the Title 17 diseases that we had over 600 bite reports that had to be tracked and traced, which luckily none of which ended up in a human bite or exposure. We also have the immunization team, which helps provide essential low or no cost vaccines to residents where costs are prohibitive, leveraging various state and federal funded programs. In 2024, the team was recognized by our California Department of Public Health for our preteen vaccination efforts, where they immunized over 114 students to help keep them in school. The team also provided over 800 flu or COVID vaccines to our residents. And of course, this is when residents want to opt into them. We also have our California Children's Services Care Management and Medical Therapy Program. These are two separate teams, and they help children with complex medical needs and diagnostic services with treatment, care coordination, physical and occupational therapy, getting durable medical equipment for them, et cetera. In 2024, they served over 600 children with case management, as well as provided over 1,200 PT and OT appointments. The next section is our community health section, which provides care management support to families and by public health nurses and paraprofessionals. This includes our maternal, child, and adolescent health program, which provides one-on-one care management services by our nurses and paraprofessionals. In the 23-24 fiscal year, the small team provided over 1,500 appointments to families, ensuring they were connected to services. Another team is our healthcare program for children in foster care, which last year provided over 120 children that are in protective placement with nurse care management, so ensuring they have access to various appointments that they need to complete. The last section in our division is the health promotion section, which focuses on health policies and education and outreach. Our Women, Infants, and Children program is in this section, and it provides federal grants to support low-income families and children with food, healthcare, and nutritional needs. And on average, they serve just under 1,700 participants a month. Last year alone, the monthly benefits provided by our WIC program to our community members equated to $1.3 million that was spent in our community, adding to our local economy. I'd also like to mention that our division is accredited. So on the right side of the screen, you see the pinwheel, which kind of highlights all of our accountabilities to be accredited. And it basically demonstrates that we are capable and have the capacity to implement all of those essential public health services. Okay, so these are our accomplishments, or some of them. In 2024, we launched 2 new programs. The first is our California Home Visiting Program team, which provides support to new parents, connecting families with trained home visitors to help raise healthy babies through the age of 3. There's a lot of evidence around the home visiting program, so we're very excited to have that in our county. We also worked with the CAO, OES, and our different emergency response partners to bring back the public health emergency preparedness grants and teams into our public health division, which ensures our community is able to prepare and respond to different emergencies. In addition to starting 2 new programs, we also were able to secure 6 new funding sources, which accumulated about $2.1 million over the terms of those grants. Another key accomplishment was working with you by our tobacco use prevention program to collaborate with county partners, community organizations, and local businesses to support with the board's direction to bring back 2 ordinances which passed. And lastly, I'd like to highlight our Weldorado website, which hosts our community health assessment and community health improvement plan, which we're currently working on operationalizing with community partners to improve the 3 health priority areas that our community identified as most important. This includes mental health and substance abuse, child health, and weight management. So our division really prides ourselves on the impact we have in our community and in real people's lives. One example of this is our oral health program team's efforts to address a dental provider gap in South Lake Tahoe, which as of 2024 had no dental providers that were willing to accept Medi-Cal dental insurance. Families were having to take a full day off work to come down the hill, sometimes go as far as San Francisco even, to get the care they needed, which means they're taking a full day off work, children are missing full days of school, and typically, you need multiple appointments to complete a visit. So this is multiple days that schools aren't being funded because the children aren't in school. Denti-Cal, Medi-Cal families might not have paid family leave or accrued sick leave or paid time off, so they're losing income. It's a very big hardship for the families, not to mention the oral health outcomes that could impact their overall health and well-being. So in collaboration with the El Dorado Community Health Center, we were worked to coordinate screenings, mobile services, and ultimately ensure that Medi-Cal dental services are available to South Lake Tahoe residents through a collaboration with one of our local managed care plans, Mountain Valley Health Plan, and the health center as well. They are hoping to break ground very soon on the brick and mortar dental clinic for the FQHC and open this summer. So we're working on a press release and more information to come with that. Lastly, I will leave you with the vision for our division in the upcoming year. We will focus on operational efficiency and improvements by standardizing business processes, policies, and procedures. My background's in Lean and Six Sigma and government and clinical agencies, so I'm very excited. We've been training the staff all year and have been developing a performance management system to track and monitor and use data to drive decision-making, like Olivia said. We will continue coordinating and driving our community health improvement plan, strive for public health reaccreditation. Oh, I need to take a breath.
Take a break.
We will enhance partnerships with our community partners and managed care plans for the next community health assessment. It's very exciting. The state and government is now making us align our timelines, whereas right now it's a very fragmented system where you have hospitals that are required to do community health assessments. We're required to do one at the FQHC as certain programs. So now we can all get on the same timeline, reduce resources, streamline community efforts. We will continue to expand our public health nurse and home visiting capabilities. We will mitigate the expiration of many of our federal and state grants through enhanced fiscal management oversight. One of the exciting funding sources we're looking into right now is a discretionary funding source called MA, Medi-Cal Activities. Oh gosh, what does the last A stand for? administrative, I was missing one, medical administrative
Thanks, Jim.
activities, which counties of our size could, bring in about $1 million of discretionary funding a year. So we have some promising avenues we're looking into. And lastly, we will launch our public health van, which will help us take our services out to the community. As you know, the library has their mobile van. I mentioned our FQHC has a dental van that they can go around with. So we want to complement that with a mobile service. And we will invite you all to the launch, hopefully May or so, where we kick that off. With that, I'll turn it back over to Olivia.
I want to give you some kudos there because I think I gave you guys an update at our last board meeting that I've been working with public health on a community resource calendar. We're looking at it. We think we can do it. But again, it's when folks are looking for resources and there's so many everywhere. So Jennifer and I got together and we explored that. And it's on the Weldorado website and it's not being utilized right now. So I think that that's another avenue we can use to help folks find our resources. So I'm very excited. We probably got a little too excited and announced it too early, but anyway, I'm hoping that that becomes one of our accomplishments on next year's list.
Yes, I agree. And thank you very much. We are already moving on it. So we'll
Yay,
report
there we
back
go.
soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Home stretch, 2 more slides. So I was able to participate in the county strategic plan process, and many of our areas, our program areas, are heavily influenced or play into the safe and healthy communities focus area of the county strategic plan. We also are really dedicating some effort toward our workforce. So we operate with super high vacancy rates, sometimes pushing 70% with some of our clinical staff. And so we are working to package ourselves a little bit differently, really try to sell why we are a great place to work. I choose to work here. I love it. And so I think other people will too. And we are also doing some kind of creative things like working with some temp staffing agencies to bring in talent, and hopefully they will want to stay on with us for long term. And then, of course, we will be working on the strategic innovation focus area where we will be finding new ways to collaborate and really become more efficient as one county organization. As I mentioned this morning, and again this afternoon, we also began our own agency strategic planning process last year. There are 5 areas of focus, which you can read there. If you're interested in taking a look at the different objectives within that strategic plan, you can find it on our website. And I am also happy to answer any questions that you might have about this entire presentation.
Okay. Any questions from the board? No. Very good.
Well done.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Olivia. Great
5
job.
minutes to spare.
Yeah, great job, you guys. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right, so I'll move it on to library and museum. Come on up here, Bryce.
Well, thank you. I'm back again. So,
Yeah, just gonna
Bryce
say.
LaBelle, Library Director. And the first slide here, you're going to see our fabulous new logo. This was unveiled late last year. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later on. Not just the logo, but we have all new branding as well. Okay, yeah. So our mission statement, we provide free and easy access to ideas, books, and technology to promote literacy and lifelong learning. And we have a photo that was taken in the 1960s of a bookmobile that we used to have, and that's downtown Placerville, right by the post office. I know I showed that photo last year, but not a whole lot of people have seen it. So I wanted to share that again.
Yeah, you should stop at just adjacent to my house on Cold Springs Road, if Brian remembers that or not. Yeah.
And as a department, we are 6 libraries. So South Lake Tahoe, Pollock Pines, Placerville, Cameron Park, El Dorado Hills, and Georgetown. And we're one museum. The Historical Museum is on Placerville Drive, not far from the Placerville Library. We are also one railroad, so the Western Railroad. The museum oversees that piece. And then we also have a bookmobile. And come October, we should have a fully electric bookmobile that is primarily grant funded from the Air Quality Management District. And this photo is from 1977, probably the last time, that was probably the last time anyone saw this photo. And it is of the library being built. Fun facts, the library was built for just over, it was about $51 a square foot back in 1977. This is what we look like as an organization. It's not a complete hierarchy, but it shows you by region what the staffing looks like. And we have fabulous staff. There's been a lot of large changes recently that we've implemented as a library system with a great benefit to the community. And with the staff's flexibility and positivity and leaning in, they are the team that made all those things happen. So I continue to be impressed with them. We're a smaller team of just under 40 FTE. And we find that some of our traditional library positions, we have a high level of retainment. And I wanted to give nod to Bonnie. This was a photo that I found in a scrapbook at the Placerville Library. Bonnie still works at the library, and this is from, I think, the late 70s when she was assisting at another site. But later this year, she will celebrate her 50th year working for the County of El Dorado.
Oh, wow.
Total operating appropriations were just over 6 million. You'll see the museum there at 175K. This is the first time you're seeing the law library at 43K, and that is downtown Placerville. We don't staff that site, but the county covers the lease, utilities, and custodial for that site. And then the library, about 5 or just under 6 million. Net county costs about 2.9 million. Museum again, about 175, law library 43K, and then the library 2.7 million. And then revenue sources, roughly 3.2 million, grants, roughly $1 million, library taxes, roughly 1.5 million, donations, and we have a few specialized funds, and that brings us to about 575,000. And then we have a fines and fees piece. Of course, moving forward, that's a bit lower because we are now fine free. But in a very strategic move, we replaced some software with, and in replacing that software, there was an annual cost savings. So we were able to absorb that, that fine or overdue fee system-wide to allow greater access to all of our items for our community. Over 600 programs we offered for children last year. As far as people borrowing print and digital items, about 779,000 items were borrowed. Library visits were over 500,000 system-wide, so looking at our door counts. And then as far as library card holders, over 108,000. And you'll see a picture of a Georgetown library card. In real life, it's a little more of a gold color. This is the only one that I've ever come across. And so I wanted to share that with everyone in the public. But of course, that one's from 1970. And then the photo there, that's one of our programs for kids, one of our Read to a Dog programs. And so it seems like both the kiddo and the dog are having a fun time enjoying that. I think it's a Dr. Seuss book. So how do we fit within the strategic plan? And one of the big pieces for the library has been innovation. So as I said earlier, we replaced our proprietary, very expensive software system that we used to do all things library. We replaced it with an open source product, and we did the same for our online catalog, and that's where patrons can look for books and other materials. So there's multiple benefits from this, but one of the pieces besides the cost savings is that we can modify the software right down to the source code if we prefer. So extreme flexibility. There's no reason that we'd ever have to move away from this. It's a very beautiful system. It's sleek and modern and quick and easy to use. And there's a lot of great features in there too. You can log in and change your card number to a nickname, so you don't have to remember the number. So a lot of our patrons really enjoy that. You can enable your reading history, and it'll calculate and show you how much you saved by not purchasing the book, but borrowing it. So you check out, 8 mysteries or something, and it'll say you've saved, $180. With lists and searches, you can save, you can email those to others. There's complete flexibility in here to where we can build special collections in the future. So I'm hoping that using some of the museum materials, we'll build special collections within our system so they're more easily findable and shared. When you search for an item and you find something that you're interested in, it's going to show you similar reads, a summary about the author, recommendations from staff, professional reviews, reader reviews. It'll have the Lexile and AR and other reading levels. Those are used in schools a lot. It's going to show you awards and honors. It has a built-in feature for citations if you're composing a scholarly work. So if you want to export in MLA format or Chicago format, that's built into our system. And then with creating this more efficient infrastructure, we are able to create a more efficient structure with something called Link Plus. And that's where you can borrow items through us from libraries across California. So if there's that esoteric design book that's $300 that we might not have in our collection, you can use your account to request it through Link Plus, and it'll be sent to your local library for pickup, and you can borrow it, and there's no charge for that. And because of some of the technology changes that we've made in the background, we were able to double the number of items available to our patrons. So it used to be 10, and now you can check out up to 20. So it's a really fabulous service, and it's much more streamlined and built into this software and the user accounts now. Another wonderful thing is development crowdsourcing. So through our vendor, say the community is very interested in certain features within the system. So our friends of the library or the library itself could contribute to that. So say it's $1,000, but then other libraries across the world can also decide that they are interested in that feature. And then the company will have an engineer build it, and then it's available for all libraries that use the same system. So it's really a different way of thinking, very cutting edge. By default, it's much more secure as a system because it's in the cloud. I'm sure you've heard about ransomware attacks affecting Seattle Public Library, Toronto Public Library. We are in a much better space by design because this is all in the cloud, and the liability is on our vendor. And then there's triple backups, and there's all sorts of security features built in by design. And two, with updates, that is also streamlined. So it used to be with updates, we worked with a vendor, with IT, with also our internal staff, and it would take some time to provide system updates and offer new features to our patrons. But now the company takes care of it, and staff receive an email periodically saying that we've been upgraded to version, whatever that is, and here are the new features. So it saves time and money, and it's better for our patrons. There's another software in the background called Metabase, and that is also an open source software. And we are going to use that later this year to build interactive widgets on our website. And so what the widget dashboard, you'll be able to click a link on our website, and then it'll show you how many card holders we have in the county. It'll show you some of the most popular items that have been checked out. There's massive flexibility with that, but it ties into us better telling the story of the library and everything that we have to offer, and how the community is using our resources. We've also noticed that since we've implemented this system, Sacramento Public Library has also adopted it, and Folsom Public Library. So we like to think that we've positioned ourselves as a regional leader in many ways. In the software that we use, the catalog, it's something called Aspen. And then the software far in the background that we use is something called Koha. And another piece related to innovation is our logo, our branding, and then how that ties into telling our story. And you notice that with our new catalog, we had a logo, a lockup. And so having these different types of lockups and the tools that we need to best promote in different digital environments is important for consistency as a brand. And so our logo, through imagery and color, our logo symbolizes wisdom, knowledge, trust, reliability, and stability. And with that project and that journey, a few of the criteria that we use, we wanted something simple, memorable, timeless as much as it can be, unique, relevant to our audience, and versatile and scalable. So our previous logo and the branding materials that we had, technology changed around us and it wasn't scalable. So now when you go to our website, there's an example would be a favicon. So there's in the top tab of your browser window, you'll see a little picture of an owl. And that was something that we weren't able to offer before, even though it's a minor touch. But so shrinking it down to the size of a postage stamp, our logo and branding materials, or putting it on the side of an electric bookmobile, it works no matter what the application. Earlier you saw a horizontal lockup with the logo and the text. And then you'll see here with a screenshot from the El Hills Library Facebook page, we have a medallion lockup. So it's round. So whereas before we weren't able to do something like that. In the background, with a branding piece, we have a roughly 25-page brand identity manual that helps guide us. So it shows the lockups, the logo. We have official secondary colors that are used in our online catalog. So when folks are searching for materials, it breaks it up in a way where it's easier from a user interface, from a design. We have fonts that are official, and then we also have guidance on how to use some of our imagery. Of course, we have this beautiful photo of the El Hills Library, and it also makes it easier as we move forward with things such as new library cards. And so these are not available just yet, but this is a new library card. This is what the rebranded ones will look like. And so it's nice and clean. It uses a lot of white to hide scratches on the card. And then we have that horizontal lockup where you have a larger picture of the owl and the book. And then there's a slight, it's like a pearl-esque overlay. So in the sunlight, it's similar to certain automotive paints where you get a bit of a shimmer to it. So I think we're unique in offering something like this. And on the back, it mentions a piece of our mission statement. So this library card provides free and easy access to ideas, books, and technology. And then an added piece, since our founding in 1947, we continue to support your freedom to read. And then below that, we have a link to our policies. So very clean, classic, and I think will be very well received by the public. So hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll roll those out. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Bryce. Good. Open it up to
Your
It's
colleagues.
getting old,
It's
you know, the
we're
day's
getting
getting long,
tired,
we're
long
getting tired,
day,
right,
yeah.
exactly. So board members, any comments?
No.
No, very
awesome,
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, how long have we been sitting here? Just checking.
4 days.
I just want to know. My knees are getting tired. I want to stretch, but
Yeah.
what are we doing?
Okay, so basically, thank you everyone for your department presentations. There's no action item to take on this because it's receive and file. So I guess we'll move to public comment on this. So
Oh, I guess that my question was, so it's the other presentations that were scheduled for today got postponed or
Yeah.
something? That's
Yeah,
what
there
I'm
was a
asking.
change in the schedule.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, not taking public comment from online participants, not taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. Very, very thorough presentations today. It looked like everybody enjoyed the information that was presented. My focus at this time is on the library. The library is simple in concept, but complex in its importance to the community and its social importance. It is something for everybody. And as we heard earlier with First Five Pub, that is an extremely important connection to the library. As just discussed, Bryce is a perfect match to bring motivation and modern administrative management to El Dorado County. A few details, one museum, one railroad. One museum is the county museum and its archives located at the fairgrounds. It is managed by one paid county employee. It has associations, though, with a number of nonprofits, the County Historical Society and its Fountain and Tallman Museum, the Museum Foundation, and then the El Dorado Western Railroad Foundation, which owns the Shingle Springs and the El Dorado town site depots, and utilizes 23 miles of the railroad under the authority of the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. The museum has a museum commission, and also it provides a railroad general manager with over 20 volunteers. Historical preservation and its archives and the proponents make up a lot of your volunteers, and therefore it is complex, as Bryce has learned to understand in terms of its relationships with the community. Thank you so much for the opportunity this afternoon to speak to you.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so anyway, board member updates, can we just postpone that until next week?
Can I just do two really fast? Because
Okay.
I'd like to get them out of my life.
All right.
And one's really happy. So you guys probably all saw it, but I have to give out props to last Wednesday, there was a press release saying that the Mount Murphy Bridge was reopened. And I've got to really sincere thanks to our DOT for focusing in communicating with the community. We all know that evacuations are so high on everybody's brain right now, and DOT communicated with the community well. They made the bridge repairs a priority, and I don't know how many of you have seen that little bridge, but this is the second time it's been hit by a DUI driver. DOT fixed it and got it open in 10 days. And I want all of you to know, because it's going to be coming, but the actual replacement project is also in the works at the same time. So there's going to be some milestones coming to the board to get that thing replaced. So, but just thank you to DOT, critical to get those things done. That bridge is amazing, that it's still there. And then really fast, I know a couple of you are interested, but we had our virtual SOFAR collaborative steering committee meeting yesterday. And the funding for the SOFAR collaborative facilitator has ended. And so the Forest Service is in charge of the collaborative. And so they're putting together an ad hoc to look at funding mechanisms, where we want to go. And last year we started on a strategic plan and didn't get very far because of the turnover at the Forest Service. So there's a lot of looking at where are we going with SOFAR. We all know it's important that we talk to each other and collaborate, but we're kind of at this place of figuring out how we're going to do it. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, because I know some of you are interested and or on it with me. So that's coming. That's all I got.
Good. Anybody else? Or you want to just wait till next week?
Yep.
Everybody's okay?
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna back to closed session. We don't have to do any public comment. We already asked
already
that
did.
prior.
Yep.
So,
That is correct. However, there's the potential for there to be a report out.
oh, there is? Okay. All right. So we can adjourn that meeting at that particular time, or do you? Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. So, Collin County Council, for any reports out?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 25 and 27. On item number 27, concerning a threat of litigation arising out of the county's adoption of an update to the traffic impact fee program. On a 5-0 vote, the board authorized execution of a tolling agreement to extend the time period within which signatories to the agreement can file litigation relating to the traffic impact fee program update, and further providing that the signatories to the agreement will not initiate litigation against the county during the term of the agreement. A copy of the agreement can be made available upon request following final execution thereof.
All
That
right.
concludes my report.
All right, thank you for that. So I guess we are done at, I get, yeah, yeah, I'm just tired.